screeching his battle cry. Fierce woodland beast toss an acorn to your squirrel. Oh, the deep dark forest. Oh, the deep dark forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel. Oh, the deep dark forest at the edge of the world. In those untamed wilds, danger manifestful of dark and fear. Squirrel, protect me. Danger I can't see. High up upon the trees from where you lived, you fought off the owl, a bird that was fire, a furry friend of the forest. So letting go be, that is my story. The squirrel set me free, defeated that foul owl. Give him clean water, toss an acorn to your squirrel. Oh, the deep dark forest. Oh, the deep dark forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel, a furry friend of the forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel. Oh, the deep dark forest. Oh, the deep dark forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel, furry friend of the forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel. Oh, the deep dark forest. Oh, the deep dark forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel, furry friend of the forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel. Oh, the deep dark forest. Oh, the deep dark forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel, furry friend of the forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel. Oh, the deep dark forest. Oh, the deep dark forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel, furry friend of the forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel. Oh, the deep dark forest. Oh, the deep dark forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel, furry friend of the forest. Toss an acorn to your squirrel. 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 Toss an acorn to your humble little chipmunk, wandering along, was struck down by a fierce owl. Wind scarlet be the song, where from thee the owl flew. A little woodland creature hidden among trees, his sparkling eyes a glitter. After the chipmunk their evil long pursued, scary did he, stumbling among the tree, that owl dove ever down. Out jumps squirrel, screeching his battle cry. Fierce woodland beast toss an acorn to your squirrel. Oh, the deep.
Hello, Dobby. Apparently we're showing ads. I don't know, I don't make the rules. Can I possibly no. No, not a damn thing I can do about it. Okay, we're gonna live like this. Welcome in. Congratulations on first levy. And on second Dobby. How are you guys doing today? You happy, healthy, and wise? I am eating tortellinis right now, so that's where we're at. Camera seems a little high. Either the camera's a little high or I'm a little short. I don't know. I blame the chair. The springs are starting to go. That being said, let's get into it.
Samuel, my dear, thank you for making the time to speak with me.
Come on, Andy. I've got all eternity. I've always got time for you.
Besties.
An elder vampire such as I should not need your time. But I have been rather foolish of late, and disappointingly powerless against my own cognitive distortions.
Whoa, Chief, slow down. I can't catch up with all the cognitive distortions you're shooting right now.
I know. I have been neglectful of my own mental health, and that is why I wish to speak to you tonight. Before you came to learn from me, I was the only vampire therapist. But now that you have been trained, I wish to ask for your help.
Okay.
Me? Andy, you said it yourself. I'm a baby vampire. How am I supposed to be your therapist? Also, Andy,
Also a good question.
weird to have your own client as a therapist?
To be a therapist is not a position of power over another, my friend. Naturally, I think a different therapist would be preferable, but you are here, and I understand your style. I believe you will be an excellent guide for my thoughts.
Well, if you think it'd be all right, of course I'm here to talk. I've been worried about you.
I am sorry for that. It has just been emotionally difficult to see how my past, much like myself, refuses to be buried.
Okay, so we're gonna dwell into Andy's past here.
But perhaps my efforts to bury my past have been the problem. I wish to unburden myself to you, Samuel. I promise it will not take 3,000 years.
It sure better not.
I suppose you should pick what cognitive distortions I am likely to exhibit. I think we both know what my chief distortion is. As reformed vampires, we have similar mindsets.
Okay.
It's being handsome devils. The night can't handle the two of us.
That is no distortion, my friend. We are indeed a force of sexual allure to be reckoned with. But what is the cognitive distortion we share?
It's disqualifying the positive. I guess it comes with the territory of being former bad guys.
It shall ever be our crucifix to bear. What other distortions do you think I need help with?
I think he's gonna do some labeling. Blaming. Should statements. And overgeneralization.
Okay, Andy, I think I'm ready to talk.
Do you mind if we play a game while we speak? Much of what I will recall will be difficult to talk about.
We're gonna play a game.
Well, sure thing, Andy. What'd you have in mind?
Tetris.
Let us play a little Settlers of Wallachia.
I see.
Sure thing, Chief. Kind of funny how everything we do has to be vampire themed, but I'm game.
We cannot escape our natures, as Dr. Drain might say. What would you like your first move to be?
I don't my
I'd like
defenses.
to build up my defenses. The best offense is a good defense, as they say.
They say the opposite, actually.
I am not sure they say that, but very well, my friend. Now then, let me tell you the story of my early days as a vampire. Here, perhaps this will tell you something of my origins. Please be careful with it. It's nearly as old as I am.
Yeah.
Dang, this thing belongs in a museum.
One could argue the same about us, my friend. But this vase has emotional value to me. This poor vampire with a spear in his chest, his name was Machariel. He was my bloodfather, and the love of my short life. He was 6,000 years old when we met. He knew secrets from another age. He taught me how civilization had restrained the human animal.
Ah. So he was 6,000 years old when they met. And he's 3,000 years old. So 7,000 BC.
We did not even need to speak. He could communicate poetry with a single glance. This is the night he was killed by the Trojans. They attacked us in our sleep. I woke up to their laughter and his sweet blood splashing across my face.
Okay.
Shit. Dang, Andy. I can't imagine how traumatized you must have been. Your heart must have been broken to pieces.
No, I did not allow myself to mourn. If I shed a single tear, it would have been my end. The pain I felt was so heartrending. I knew it would be my permanent death. I could not face my own sorrow, and so I turned my still heart toward anger and vengeance alone. And my vengeance was mighty indeed. I tortured Mechariel's killers, of course, but this did not cool my blood for even a moment.
Okay.
I was resolved to taint their entire race. I planted a seed of darkness in the Trojan people that would blossom into a corrupted Roman Empire.
How?
Mythology says that it was Athena who brought down Troy, but it was I.
I'm listening.
You see, it was I who eliminated the opposition to letting the Trojan horse into the city of Troy.
Ah.
I'd like to show you a painting I commissioned of this event. I think you would appreciate.
Well, hot dang, that is one beautiful horse.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you would appreciate the craftsmanship. We men of war love our horses.
Hey, I'm a man of peace now, and I love horses even more. What's it say on the side of the horse?
Paladi Bodum.
Faladum votum. It means a gift or sacrifice of Pallas.
What's Pallas?
Good question.
Historians might tell you it is a pseudonym for Athena, and the gift of the Trojan horse was in her name. That was not my meaning. Let me explain. After the fall of Troy, the Trojans were led by a man named Aeneas, though I usually thought of him as Enos.
Real mature, Chief.
Come now, Samuel, I was young. Anyway, Aeneas, was the ideal the Trojans wished to live up to.
Okay, so they had a leader that they actually wanted to look up
He
to.
was extraordinarily handsome, strong, and wise. Not a mindless killer like those who killed my Mechariel. But I would reveal this ideal to be false. I knew the mind of Aeneas. He was a Trojan, and like all Trojans, selfish and cruel. I would prove there was nothing redeemable about a Trojan.
That's an overgeneralization.
But Chief, before a Trojan's a Trojan, they're a human. Maybe Trojan culture taught some of them to be a certain way, but being Trojan ain't in anyone's blood. Besides, ain't it you who's always reminded me that vampires don't have nationalities?
True.
You are of course correct, my friend. Aeneas was born a human, not a Trojan. But I wished to hurt him and all his people. After the siege of Troy, the Trojans were a landless people. They drifted across the Mediterranean to the great city of Carthage in northern Africa. Carthage was run by Queen Dido, and even then, women proved more stable rulers. Her people were happy and content and did not fear the immigrant Trojans. They welcomed the wayward foreigners and invited them to settle in Carthage. They were offered fields to farm in, protection, and a fair place in the city.
Okay.
Indeed, Dido herself fell deeply in love with Aeneas, and he with her. It seemed the Trojans had found their peace. But for me, this was not fair. Why should the Trojans live in peace? Why should they smile when I wept for Mechariel? I believed they should suffer.
Should statement?
There's a lot about the world that ain't fair, Andy. Expecting fairness or that things should be a certain way ain't respecting that reality.
Mm-hmm.
I think you were trying to create your own reality, but that's a pretty tall order.
Very perceptive, Samuel. If only I had you around back then to share your wisdom, though perhaps I was not ready to receive it. I could only think of hurting the Trojans. I made certain that Aeneas and his Trojans would no longer be welcome in Carthage.
Did you murder their queen?
I seduced pure Aeneas. He was not so pure when I was done with him. Seduction was always a great skill of mine.
Ha!
I never would have guessed.
But I made sure that Queen Dido saw us. She adored Aeneas, and I broke that poor woman in my lust for vengeance.
Ha!
Aeneas could not face her again, and so set sail with his people away from the land that had so warmly welcomed them.
Well, that's certainly a method of revenge. You go ahead and seduce the person that you want revenge on?
Queen Dido built for herself a mighty pyre, and even from 3 leagues away, Aeneas was forced to see his love burn in the fire of her sorrow. He could not hide his shame from me, nor his tears. To me, they were beautiful.
That's such a weird revenge tactic, sir.
Holy shit, Chief. I get that hurt people, but dang, you could have turned it down a notch.
Oh, that was not even the end of my vengeance.
Okay.
But first, I believe it is your turn to settle Wallachia. What are you going to do?
Oh, let's buy some of them sexy leather outfits. I might end up needing to go to a party.
What a strange board game.
You certainly don't want to show up to a vampire party wearing a t-shirt and jeans.
I mean, I might.
Now then, where was I? Ah, yes. The Trojans left Carthage for the northern Mediterranean.
Okay.
In the land we now know as Italy, Aeneas met a noble Greek man named Evander, and to my dismay, they set aside the horrors of the Trojan War and became allies.
Okay.
Evander's people were warring with a local tribe, the Rutulians, led by a bloodthirsty boy named Turnus. In the dark of night, I joined with Turnus. I trained his people in the art of war. I taught Turnus how to fight as a man who fears neither death nor shame.
Interesting.
In the ensuing battles, the child of Evander, Pallas, was killed by Turnus, despite Aeneas' protection.
Okay, so Pallas was killed by Turnus. Okay, so Aeneas was defending Evander's child Pallas, who was killed by Turnus, who was trained by Andy.
Aeneas was enraged that his peace with the noble Greek Evander was threatened, and so, day after day, he slaughtered Rutulians until Turnus's people became afraid and began to turn against their leader.
Okay.
Knowing that Turnus would lose, I convinced him to challenge Aeneas to single combat, a final battle. But Turnus would only lose his life. I was determined that Aeneas and the Trojans would lose their souls.
Okay. So how...
I convinced Turnus to wear the belt of Pallas, the child of Evander he had killed, as a trophy.
Okay.
As I predicted, Aeneas easily defeated Turnus, ending the war against the Rutulians.
Okay, then that tracks.
As Aeneas extended his hand in mercy, he saw the belt of Pallas, and that mercy melted away.
Okay.
He drove his spear into Turnus's chest, and Rome was so founded, not in mercy, but in blood.
Okay.
So you see, Samuel, I was the cause of Rome's bloodlust. Every cruel emperor, every colonial injustice, even the spectacle of the gladiators, they were my doing.
Okay, this is going to be overgeneralization or describing the positive.
I think Andy's giving himself a little bit more credit than he deserves.
So you see, Samuel.
I think Andy's giving himself a little bit more.
So you see, Samuel,
Oh, but Chief, that's assuming way more power and blame than you can take credit for.
I feel like that should have been overgeneralization, because there'd be so many things that would have contributed to Rome's bloodlust. So how's it blaming? He's blaming himself for Rome being bloodthirsty. Like, once again, I think this game would have benefited for, like, multiple things being applicable, you know? And, like, maybe if I hadn't taken blaming, overgeneralization would have worked. But, like, if there's multiple applicable answers, you know, it should allow either of them. Hey, Phil. Welcome in. Congratulations on third. How was the rest of Heavy Rain? How far are you?
You heard them Trojans, sure enough, in ways they couldn't erase. But you can't suggest that you created the morality of people who weren't even born yet.
I understand this now, but I do not wish to erase the part in Roman history I had.
Okay.
After all, this was only the beginning of my evil deeds against the people who once called themselves Trojans.
You finished the entire thing? What did you think of the ending? It's been years since I watched someone play it, but I definitely remember like what the not the specifics of the ending, but I remember like how the story plays out, you know.
I'm sure you would agree that the things I did to the Trojans were horrific.
Welcome in, Raiders. How was the Marvel Rivals? How was being allowed to heal and use your W key at the same time? Was it everything you dreamed it would be? So we're not finished. Finish the butterfly room. Oh, there you go. I'm not mean. You can ask anyone in my chat that I have never bullied a person in a video game ever in my life. Anyways. Welcome in, Raiders. If anyone needs to raid and run, eat, sleep, drink, pet your cat, pat your dog, water your plants, charge your devices, get some fresh air, howl at the moon, stretch your little leggies, please do so. Your self-care is important. If not, we are playing the Vampire Therapist today, and it's a lot more thought puzzle than I'm good at. All right, enjoy your lurkies. Thanks for trusting me with your community. I will try to keep them safe and entertained. Phil, thanks for paying your taxes. Lies. I mean, I have never in my life redeemed infinite hydrates, told you couldn't move during Vampire Survivor, or cover your deck in plushies. Don't ban leaving the home base, so mean. I'm gonna ban you. I have to keep my voice today, so I raid and run to avoid spam on this. Alright, see you later, Manda. What? Bunny? Okay. We got bunny ears. Am I gonna set a 5-minute timer? No. I'm just gonna wear these until I get bored of wearing them. But yes, Amanda, go. Avoid the spoilers. Yeah, I got them at work. We also have our work charity rabbit. I buy all the charity stuffies. $2 to $5 go to our workplace charity, depending on which plushies they are. So, you know, we also have a friend. Wabbits. Yeah. Though, let me tell you, rabbits don't lay eggs. So, you know, I maintain my petition for Easter platypus.
Because of the loss of my lover, I aim to taint the soul of an entire people. In the last 200 years, I have done significant acts of good.
Season. Valid.
I have uplifted the poor. I fought the scourge of fascism. I have helped vampires find the peace that was so elusive to me. But the good I do now is washed in the blood of millennia.
Hold up a second.
Shall be lost in time, like drops of blood in the vein.
I know what you guys need. There you go. Is that what you guys were after? But the good I do now is to wash in the blood of millennia, and all that good shall be lost in time, like drops of blood in a vein. We're disqualifying the positive.
But Andy, who asked you to compare those evils to the good you do? Is the Andy of today gonna do more of them evils?
He will certainly aim not to.
So why are you cutting him down? Would it be better if he didn't commit acts of good? Do you need to remind him he's evil every 5 minutes?
Okay.
Or is that disqualifying the positive?
You see why I also need a therapist. Knowledge of cognitive distortions does not mean that I am immune to them.
Truth. You know, you are fully to making mistakes of things that you know are wrong.
So you've taught me. But I like the Andy I know, so I'll thank you kindly not to be such an asshole to him.
Crimson does say that she likes Imernak to be an asshole-free zone. I would not wish to disappoint her. But regard well. I have claimed all of your souls, and am now the Voivode of Wallachia.
Well, I'm bad at Vampire Settlers of Catan. Too busy buying leather trench coats, I guess.
Oh, shucks, these German board game rules are so complicated.
And I have had thousands of years of experience in the art of war, my friend. Next time, press your advantage. You may do a little better.
What advantage?
But for now, let us go down and party. I am DJing tonight, and it is time to get down and boogie, as the children of the night will say.
We love boogieing.
Oh, are the mortals still saying that?
I don't actually know, but I am ready to let off some steam. Come, my friend, the night awaits.
Join us next time for Spanish Nights. Oh, these are real short bonus chapters. We might blow through these in like an hour if they're all this short. So just real quick, I'm gonna grab my Switch and we'll play some Animal Crossing or something if we finish real early. So Levy, you're in charge for like a minute. Self-care, everyone. Have you considered shotgunning 3 Red Bulls?
Evening, Chief. You doing all right? You sound a little down.
In truth, my friend, I have been dreading this evening.
You've been dreading this evening?
I appreciate your taking the time to point out my cognitive distortions, but there are some elements of my past that are especially painful to sort through.
Thanks for paying your taxes, Spatula Prince. Here are some elements of my past that are especially painful to sort through.
Hey, we were both bad guys, Andy. But we're not anymore, and that's what matters.
This is true. Cognitive distortions are by nature illogical, but I have you to help me clear them up. You should decide what distortions you'd like to focus on tonight so that we may begin our work.
Okay. Should statements, blaming, labeling. I feel like if all these bonus chapters are Andy, this is our best bet, is these 5.
I think these will suit me fine. Lay it on me, boss.
It is time for me to stop delaying. I suppose you might be able to guess what aspect of my past is giving me such distress.
Enjoy your lurkies, Phil. Let's put Kramer.
You're thinking about Heinrich Kramer, ain't you?
Yes, my actions 600 years ago bring me no end of shame and regret. I have never truly processed what I did. I have sought to distance myself from Heinrich Kramer, but that is exactly what Edmund Keen tried to do with his past. I am no different from him.
I think that we are all very different than Mr. Edmund Keen.
I will summon my emotional strength and accept my part in Heinrich's development as a monster. I believe the 1400s were my worst century. I had professionally killed so many by then, and I was so good at it that murder seemed meaningless.
Murder seemed meaningless. Alright. You know what? Pin, until I unpin it. All right, guys. How many people could you kill before killing felt meaningless to you? Like, if I was to go out and commit a crime here, I would have to have a particularly good reason to do it. You know, like, I guess war could be a reason, but like, I feel like it would have to be a very high number for it to feel like meaningless and for me to be jaded to the act of doing it. What up, Art? How we doing tonight, my guy? I don't think I have a number. I'd be crying all the time. I mean, Levy, in every game you're out there, you're like committing the murder and stabby. So
I no longer felt that dark adrenaline that accompanies life-taking. I felt nothing. If I no longer felt anything at the taking of
good,
life,
Lart.
did life matter at all? In order to combat this feeling of emptiness, I transitioned from a simple vampire into a far more terrible monster. I became what is known in modern times as a troll.
Chief, I'm gonna stop you there. No matter what you were a human being too. This talk of monsters and trolls is way too simple.
It would be less a number and more who they were with what could be one, could be vast. What if it was Colonel Mustard in the library with the candlestick holder? How many times would you live through that before you felt like the villain? Also, y'all ever see the Clue movie? It's not particularly bad. But did you guys know that they filmed, I think it was 5 different endings to it? I think it's 5. One, two, three, four endings. You've never seen it? Ooh, Candlestick, poor Colonel Mustard. But that damn Professor Plum. Yep. If you stream it, they have. Yeah, that is correct, Lev. Hey June. But yeah, so what they did when they released the Clue movie in theaters, theaters got 1 of 4 endings. So like, you know, back in the 1985, you know, there was no internet or anything, right? So it would have been kind of neat to like go visit a relative and talk about this movie that you saw in theater, and you guys had a different movie going experience even, you know?
It's labeling. It ain't helpful. If someone's just a troll, there ain't no way of helping them, is there?
You are correct, I am labeling. It is funny how easy it is to call ourselves names, even when we know we should not do the same to others. Very well. I acted in the manner of a troll. I have observed many trolls throughout history. It is a common fate for those who fail to find purpose.
How's your back feeling, June?
Ironically, it is often those who are most privileged who become agents of cruel chaos.
Heavy, how you been? I've caught a few Geeksy streams and a few Jesus. You know, I should know this one, but I don't off the top of my head. What's her pickle? But I haven't seen you around. Candy Hearts. You're finally on break? Yeah. Candy usually goes live like right when I'm getting off work. So it's easy for me to catch like the beginning of a Candy stream. I catch Geeksy a lot laugh. And then, you know, you just haven't been streaming. Getting better. I'm at a point where I mostly don't feel it unless I sit still or in the wrong position for too long. Well, that's good. And, you know, if you don't sit, you don't have that problem, right? So work is going to get you a standing desk.
Oh, like that billionaire fellow who runs all them companies but spends all his time being a low-down varmint online. I'm blanking on his name.
I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with the man.
I think that'd piss him off more than anything.
My desk has already been swapped for a standing. There you go.
It makes sense for a mortal billionaire to act in this way. Being so powerful yet feeling your impotence on a global stage is a strange kind of pain.
For all of 1 week, and teacher expects us to work over it. All sent me some not so great emails, one of which was blaming me for his program not opening. And written in all red text. He sent an email that was written in all red. But why? What? Heavy, can you elaborate a little on this? Why would his program not open? And how could that possibly be your fault? Like, it's not particularly surprising that there is some homework over reading break. That's not particularly abnormal to me, but for Visual Studio for coding and stuff, and my project. Okay, your project wouldn't open. Okay. But you were able to open it in Visual Studio when you made it. but when you export it to an exe, it wouldn't open. Is that a correct assessment of the problem? I sent a video of it working, and then you said whatever. Okay. Now, you're opening the same exe file. Okay, you didn't export it as an exe. So you sent him the Visual Studio file. So he should be able to open it in Visual Studio and see the coding that you did, even if the program doesn't open. You know, even if it doesn't open, he can go in and look at the coding that you did. It was entirely on his end. I see. There's no issue with exporting to exe. That's not what the project was. Okay, but like anytime I've done any coding assignment like that, I was to always export it and submit it as an exe. So sending the entire file as you did is different to me, you know? That's not what we did when I went through coding. Lamp. Thanks for paying your taxes, Kai. All right, ads. So I'm gonna stretch. It was all code, then the sin and stuff. The grade is less so about the actual product and more about the larger underlying system. Hi, Jude. Hydrate, gotcha. All right. Push-ups. I don't have the heart rate monitor on, so you guys are just gonna have to trust me today. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then he also told me I was being ungrateful. Then he told me that I was being ungrateful for all the patients that I was. Yeah, you should absolutely go to the dean. Oh, and chairlift. Those need to be set back to 1,000. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I hit the light cover. Every freaking time, guys. I have other ideas for getting heart rates up. Come to Canada. And get permission from your partner. I think House Cat Qatar isn't feeling good. She's gonna hack with you today. Does House Cat Normandy not come cuddle? Okay. Chairlifts. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000. All right, welcome back to Agile. Yeah, Heavy, you absolutely need to go to the dean about that. That makes no sense. Freaking insane. You know, he tries to break into the closet. I just played the full extent of it, but bottom line is he's extremely disrespectful to a point where we were considering going to the dean and was not respecting my accommodations or anything. Yeah, like, even if so, you know, if you have, and I'm going to speak in some kind of abstract terms, because this is general advice for everyone. If you're ever in a situation where someone in a position of authority over you is causing you the problem, you should never feel afraid, once you've tried to address it to them, to go over their head to whoever gives them direction. So, like in the workplace, if you have beef with your supervisor, your supervisor ain't gonna change their attitude, you know? They think they're right, you think you're right. You go to your manager and be like, hey, you know, this is what so-and-so came to me and said. This is where I'm at with it, you know, and I need you to tell me if I'm being unreasonable, or I need you to have a chat with them about why I am refusing to do what is being asked of me, you know? And the same goes for your education, right? If your professor is not clarifying or attempting to nurture or help you grow, you need to go to their boss, the dean, and be like, hey, like, you know, I am in a environment where I'm being unfairly punished, or I can't learn, or I can't complete these tasks that the teacher has set out for me because X or Y, or they're not attending their office hours, or I've asked for clarification on this and they won't, you know, respond to an email. Yeah, and absolutely, right? If at the point where you say, hey, you know, here's the assignment, and they go, I can't open it, and you go through the whole process, and if they're getting mad at you about it, it's one thing, right? No, but there's the thing. If it's a conversation about why he can't open it, and there is a amicable resolution, that's one thing, right? Hey, you know, Heavy, I can't open this email. And you're like, oh, you know, let me resend it, or this or that or the other thing. That's fine, because you're being given the information you need. You're responding. No one's blaming anyone. But as soon as they're blaming you and taking that aggressive stance, that's not their place as a teacher, in my opinion, you know? That's not helpful to you, and it's not helpful to them, right? So even if, you know, such a thing were to be the issue, you know, you should bring it to someone, because, and here's another thing. We don't know what's going on in other people's minds, their hearts, their lives, you know, like maybe your professor has something going on in their personal life, right? And they're just taking it out on you for whatever reason, and that's wrong. They absolutely can't and shouldn't do that, right? But, you know, if you go to the dean, and he also didn't tell me exactly what was happening on his end. He just told me to fix it and that I shouldn't give him that version stuff. Yeah, which is vague enough to mean anything, right? Now, I don't have these emails. I'm not in the class, so I'm not going to speculate on that part. What I am going to speculate on is sometimes people have external stuff going on, you know? In a vacuum, teacher-student relationship, you know? Makes sense to me. But sometimes we all have things going on. AJ's just working while I'm working, whole stream's going on. We're doing good, we're playing Vampire Therapist, and I am out here giving school advice too. That being said, Heavy, here's my disclaimer. I am not your financial advisor, medical professional, esthetician, astrologer, lawyer, or personal chef. Any thoughts that I have are not advice or in any way ask me me giving you direction, I take no responsibility or liability for actions you take based on the words I say. That being said, Heavy, sometimes we all have things going on in our personal lives, right? You know, like, and this is something I don't talk about with a lot of people. I've mentioned on stream a few times, and it's something that I'm becoming a bit better at talking about. During COVID, my brother had an aneurysm at home. He was working from home. It happened on a Friday night, Saturday morning. No one found out until like Tuesday, when, you know, he hadn't called in sick to work and no one knew how, and people couldn't get a hold of him. You know, so like, I was at work, and my parents say, call me when you get home, right? So I call them and we talk about it. I was entitled to 3 bereavement days, as is the law. I didn't take them, which I probably should have, to process everything. But the thing being, I was on holidays 2 days later. So it didn't make sense for me to take 2 bereavement days and then tack on another day at the end. But those 2 days that I went to work with this knowledge and like, all that, you know, I was irritable. I wouldn't say lashing out at people, but I was pretty short with people, right? And I was already short with them. I was working 6 days a week when I was supposed to work 4. My manager was on leave. My assistant manager was on leave. It was not a great time to be working my job. Other supervisors were part-time because they were students and pandemic and this and that and the other thing. It was not a great time to be working that job. And the added mental stress definitely didn't help. But, you know, I also wasn't prepared to be open with my coworkers about it because it's none of their business, you know? I told my immediate manager, who was on leave. I told our covering manager, who really can't do anything about it. And I told our, I guess the correct term is regional manager? Regional director? Whatever. My manager's boss in any case, right? Those were all the people that needed to know. You know, other store managers, you know, if they stopped in and they came to talk to me about it, of course I'd be like, hey, you know, I had a death in the family. You know, I you know, and they'd be like, well, do you want to, you know, take your bereavement days? And, you know, but I was trying to save my bereavement days in case my parents wanted to have a service, you know, because that to me was more important, that I can take 3 days off unquestioned, you know, no notice. I'm just taking them, right? So anyways, back to my point. Sometimes people have stuff going on behind the scenes that they're not going to discuss, that we don't know about. But like, that is a conversation that they might be willing to have with the dean, because, you know, they know the dean, their dean is their peer, their boss or whatever, you know? So like, it could be that there's something going on that's stressing them out, and unfairly, they might be taking it out on the class, you know? I don't know. I can't speak as to the fact. I don't know your program. I don't know your professor. You know, I can only say that, like, to an extent, I think people are inherently good, and to give people the benefit of the doubt, but also don't let it spiral out of hand. Go to the dean and have them have that hard talk with your professor, right? And maybe it comes back that, you know, that the phrasing was not great, and the way that the information was given to you wasn't great. Clearly it wasn't if you're not happy with it. And, you know, that's something that, you know, they can work on between the dean and your professor, is the communication back and forth with the students, right? You know, like, cause even when you're doing whatever it is you're doing, I work in security, right? There's always new things and skills that I can learn and practice and polish up on. So if we take every day as a learning experience with like fresh eyes, what can we do better? How can we improve? What did we do last time that didn't work? You know, like, you know, life is about growth and exploration and all those things. So That's all I got for you, you know? That being said, that is a lot of rabbits in my game. I might have screwed something up somewhere. Like a lot of rabbits. I'm gonna let that happen. I will deal with it later. Or I won't. Those are the options on the table. And we're gonna go back to being a therapist. It makes sense for a mortal billionaire to act this way. Being so powerful, yet feeling your impotence on a global stage is a strange kind of pain.
Heinrich Kramer was such a man. I was doing business in the southern
Heinrich Kramer was such a man. I was doing business in southern regions of the Holy Roman Empire when I met him in a tavern.
He was drunkenly ranting.
He was drunkenly ranting and raving about the sin of Eve, how women were the cause of all evil, that witches surround us.
He gathered quite an audience.
He had gathered quite an audience who delighted in egging him on to sound even more ridiculous. By the end of the night, he was spouting some nonsense about how breasts were chest horns and that all women possessed a sacral hump indicating a vestigial tail. Wait, what? Was this fella serious?
It was like a stand-up comedy.
It was like a stand-up comedy show, but with more vomiting and misquoted Bible
I was
verses.
very old already. I saw through the humor, through the true.
Why am I reading it out loud? It's fully voice acted.
I cannot believe I ever saw value in such a fallen one. I ought to be ashamed.
You didn't think I'd miss that should statement just because you said ought instead of should, did you? There's only one man assigning that should, and that's you, Chief. You're the one shoulding all over yourself.
You speak truly. I have conjured up quite the should storm.
Yep, you're shoulding all over the place, but we gotta wipe that up and see things as they are.
Thanks for the hug, Levy. Now, I'm glad we now clipped you say. I mean, technically you do. You do know that I can just delete them, though, right? Please keep reading over all the voice acting. Absolutely not.
The metaphor is getting a little too visceral now. I will continue. Heinrich was already an influential friar in the Dominican order, with ties going all the way up to the Vatican. But his hatred was childish and personal. His persecution of witches failed because he seemed entirely petty.
Not you doubling down on it.
I functioned as his mentor and press relations manager.
Wait, so you were a warrior, an assassin, and a PR guy?
I mean, I know you're right in the context, but I don't think that's what the guy was referring to. Valid. Or only read out the questionable bits. You know, June. You know, June. Hear me on this one. You do have, for the low price of... I might have actually deleted it. Yeah, I deleted it. You know, you guys did have the ASMR redeem where I would read the text into the microphone. That was an option once upon a time. Thanks for paying your taxes, Heavy.
Is it so ridiculous? Assassinations are often public relations moves. Dictators have their critics killed for professional reasons, not just personal ones. Anyway, I turned his rambling manifestos into something more grounded. We made a scholarly appeal to Pope Innocent VIII to condemn witches, and he was only too glad to issue a papal bull.
What's a papal bull?
It's a memo issued by the Pope to alert Christians to new positions or doctrines of the Church. In this papal bull of 1484, the Pope condemned those who consorted with devils, incubi, and succubi, and those who cast spells.
The RS is going after me. Look, Heavy. If you don't pay your taxes, we can't fix the roads and build you a coffee shop. The coffee shop being this one.
It does sound like a bunch of bull.
Oh, Heavy, you also would have missed it. If you're watching the screen right now, we do have this coin here, right? How did that end up there? Just gonna scoot that out of the way. So at the end of the year, if you have done 50 taxes, we will be mailing out coins next March. Going to jail for tax evasion. Yeah, that is our A coin. So based on how many check-ins you do, you'll get a different color. There'll be a Google form at the end of the year for you to fill out with your address or whatever if you actually want your coin. But you know, you gotta do your check-ins, right? And I know that you're busy with school. So what I've decided is for the 4 times a year charity streams, for every $5 you donate, I'll give you one of your A coins as a cash-up mechanic. So if you wanted your 50 and you never attended a stream, it would be the low price of $250 to charity, which is a tax write-off because all the Twitch charities are 501c3s. Good morning, Miss Scatterbrained. Yes, I am a therapist to a vampire. But yes, I am sending you an imaginary crypto for getting a tax write-off. That is a true fact. Bunny. That is the most 25 statement in the year 25 that has ever been said in the year 2025. What's wrong with chat, Miss Scatterbrained?
You are not the first to think so. This papal bull was largely ignored. Pope Innocent VIII was not a well-regarded pope.
You only see your own messages? That's strange. I'm sending you fake crypto for tax write-offs. I mean, I'm sending you a resin coin for tax write-offs.
At this time in his life, he was a frail old man, mostly surviving on the breast milk of teenaged girls. He was far from a spiritual authority.
Aw.
Oh, yuck. I'm starting to see where the Puritans came from.
The late 1400s often mirror our current times, I find. Intensely concentrated power does terrible things to men, especially when they feel threatened.
Oh, so you did. Davy has been ordered. He's going to jail for tax evasion. The most base crime. I've been wanting to do a charity stream for a while. You should.
Heinrich was intensely disappointed when this papal bull did not result in the widespread persecution of women. I encouraged him to intensify his efforts. Had it not been for my encouragement, perhaps the inquisitions of the time would never have happened.
Blaming yourself?
I think you're laying too much of the blame on yourself, Chief. Yeah, you played your part in Heinrich's evil doing, but he did too.
Whoa, Dobby. No one said it was going to be good ASMR. It's just that I'm going to do it.
Maybe if you hadn't encouraged him, someone else would have. Or maybe he didn't even need any help. You can't know.
It is hard to imagine that he would have achieved his goals without me, but perhaps you are right. I cannot know.
This is acceptable. Embracing your true self suits you. The bunny ears. I think I could be a cute bunny boy.
It's very easy to assign myself all of the blame because I can control my own actions.
Well, that's right. And you can't control Heinrich's actions.
How's your night going, Ark?
See how the student becomes the master? Yes, you are correct. I could not control Heinrich, but I did help him. It was at this time that I offered Heinrich the chance to dedicate his immortal soul to his dark work by taking it from him.
I'm sorry. You offered Heinrich the chance to get his immortal soul to his dark work by taking his soul? You made 2 stickers. That's exciting.
The supreme, delicious irony of welcoming a hateful man of the church into eternal darkness was too tempting for me.
Okay.
Of course he took my offer. He was all too eager to devote eternity to his hateful work.
How's your night going, Opal? Bunny squirrels are mythical creatures. They're probably pretty vicious too.
And just because I thought it would be funny, I told him we needed to have homosexual sex in order for the dark ritual to work.
So you just kind of gaslit him?
He was so eager to abandon his beliefs to indulge his hatred.
Oh, jeez, Chief. You really ain't too picky about who you're getting intimate with.
Apparently not.
You are such a sweet blood, Samuel. Sex need not always be about intimacy. In this case, it was the cruel irony that gave me satisfaction.
Be particular.
Heinrich took to unlife well. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his great book, the Malleus Maleficarum.
Oh, you mentioned that before. Well, what was in this book?
I'm sure I'm the only person that read that book as a child. I read it. I don't remember enough to tell you anything about it other than it's a buddy vampire.
Here, take a look. I have an old copy. This is a manual of sorts on how to identify, persecute, and kill witches. It was a work of dark fantasy garbage, unworthy of any respect.
And it's a real book.
Jeez, Andy. I feel like you ought to burn this thing. Smells like brimstone and bad news.
No, Samuel. If the past does not teach us, we will be doomed to repeat it. I kept it to remind me of just how far I had once fallen. I gave him the brilliant idea of attaching Pope Innocent's papal bull to this work in order to give it legitimacy. We also fabricated an endorsement from the University of Cologne. Fact-checking was so slow back then that it would take decades to challenge the legitimacy of such an endorsement.
Sounds like an election debate.
Being on mobile sucks. Being on mobile sucks all the time, June. It's the convenience of being able to take your friends with you while you go to the gym or whatever. But autocorrect is horrible. The app crashes a lot. The app has been better lately than it has been, but I still get a lot of crashes, you know? But like, it does feel a little more stable than it was before the update. So I will give them that. And like, when I'm at work, my cell reception is really bad. So it might be like it's crashing because it can't load the data. It might not even be the app's fault, because it works fine when I'm at home. Wow, and all these years of me referencing those books, I finally found 2 people that actually know it exists. I didn't end up going to the gym. I got really dizzy sitting up, so I decided to skip. I'd rather not try to drive. Like, valid. Would you like some ice cream?
You see, my friend, mortals are eager to follow instructions. Church authorities were all too willing to enforce these rules.
Overgeneralization.
Hold on there, boss. Maybe some mortals want to be ordered around, but there are always just as many rebels. You gotta know that by now.
Once in chat if you like being. Once in chat if you like being ordered around. All I remember is the cover, which showed a bunny looking like the evil bunny from Monty Python's Holy Grail. Valid. 7. 2. Well, those aren't 1, so take from it what you will.
course. I am sorry. I let my emotions get the better of me. I think my current disgust for my old behavior is coloring my thoughts. But you are correct. I am overgeneralizing. You see, my belief that mortals could be controlled was validated by the clergy.
Uh-huh.
I know that many, the wiser among them, ignored the Malleus Maleficarum, but many did not. And so, Heinrich became a superstar influencer. His works spread across Europe, and witchcraft, once a superstitious joke, became a very real problem to the public.
I mean, if we got vampires, I assume that there's real magic and witches. I just refer to it when bunnies are biting people. I've known a large amount of rabbit owners in my life. Here, I knew 7 people that had rabbits growing up. And I guess my parents' neighbors have rabbits now, so 8.
This climate of persecution spread throughout the Holy Roman Empire and would later fuel witch hunts even in your own country. But even this systemic persecution was not enough to sustain me. Acceptance of radical ideas has a way of normalizing the radical, and I soon became bored of Heinrich.
Wait, you helped make a witch hunting manual popular throughout Europe, and then you got bored.
You know, it's been a long week at work, Ark. You know, work is tiring sometimes.
A troll requires fuel to feel they matter. If a troll ceases to be radical to others, they are beings without purpose. I told Heinrich as much when I dumped him. I said that he bored me. He was a mere tool to be used.
Long week on a Tuesday. I work a Friday to Tuesday week. I get Wednesdays and Thursdays off.
Oh, dang, Chief. You didn't think much of Heinrich after all, did you?
Many spoke of mortals as insects. I felt much the same way. When you are more than 1,000 years old, it is easy to fall into such thought patterns. Legitimizing witchcraft was a significant accomplishment, to be sure, but its fulfillment left me feeling empty.
It's not too late to change that, June.
When the clerical authorities began persecuting witches on their own, I felt rather left out. I wanted their persecution to happen because of me. By 1492, I had to go somewhere where I'd feel more effective as an agent of chaos. And there was no better place to go than Spain, specifically Granada.
Well, why Spain?
Spain in 1492 was a mess. For more than 260 years, Granada had been a center of learning.
Okay.
The Muslim Nasrid dynasty ruled, but Jews and Christians were allowed to practice their religion and even rose to high positions in society.
Okay.
But when Ferdinand and Isabel of Castile arrived with the Spanish Inquisition, it was incompatible with the harmony that defined Granada. I smelled blood, for lack of a more apt phrase.
Okay.
My instincts were correct. I arrived in Granada in April. Though the stones were still stained red, its conquerors were hungrier for blood than I was. Ferdinand and Isabella had just sanctioned Christopher Columbus's trip westward in search of treasures to fund their conquests.
Okay.
Hey, I know this one. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
I have heard this poem as well, but it did something quite terrible. Do you know what it is?
It rhymed not and hot. Columbus didn't discover America.
I'm pretty sure the Native Americans and Columbus weren't pals.
Indeed, Columbus brought several of them back to Spain as slaves. I doubt the few that survived were fans of his. The journey of Columbus was not a noble journey, but a savvy and cruel move by Ferdinand and Isabella to solidify their tenuous position as rulers of a unified Catholic Spain.
Okay.
If I could find my way into their court, I could commit such devilry.
Yes.
It would not be easy for a dark-skinned demon like me to worm myself into their graces, but I found a way.
Well, let me guess. You seduced Ferdinand, or Isabella.
Or both.
Samuel, I am hurt. You think I just fucked my way through history, don't you?
I love tracking Columbus. I mean, you know. But yes, Andy, that is my leading theory on what you have done.
Oh, shucks, Chief. I didn't mean nothing by it. I just saw a running theme and thought,
Well, you were right. I seduced Isabella of Castile's chief advisor.
Well, come on, Andy. Learn some new tricks.
They called her La Latina. What a woman. Here, I have a painting of her. Her name was Beatriz Galindo. She was one of the most learned mortals I have ever met, if not the most.
This is a real person and a real painting. I don't know why I would think that it wouldn't be, but there you go. The fact that we learned good things about him in elementary school is crazy. I mean, that's the thing, though. If you look at history, every country teaches history differently. So, you know, the American education system teaches you, you know, the history of America, such as it would be, you know, not such as the effect it had on people, or how other countries view it, how other peoples view it, you know. So it's not a comprehensive field of study, you know.
This painting does not capture her essence well, but she was also devilishly attractive. There is nothing sexier than an inquiring mind, and Beatriz, she was one of the sexiest women I have ever known.
you sound a little smitten there, Chief. Better not let Crimson hear.
I mean, isn't Crimson over in America?
She knows about Beatriz. Not everything, of course. She doesn't need to hear the most intimate details. But, seeing as you are acting in the capacity of my therapist, I can tell you, yes? She used to do this one thing with her finger.
Well, I'm out.
You know, I ain't a Puritan. I just think all this stuff should maybe be done behind closed doors.
Andrew Marcus's partner is named Crimson, and she should be in America currently, unless she came back to Germany with us. Hey Vader Dad, how was Lost in Random? And what is Lost in Random? Welcome in, Raiders. If anyone needs to raid and run, eat, sleep, drink, pet your cat, pet your dog, water your plants, charge your devices, stretch your little leggies, get some fresh air, howl at the moon, please do so. If not, we are playing the Vampire Therapist today. And feel free to get a little snack and enjoy this visual novel with us.
I'm sorry, my dear. I don't wish to go too far, but I will still unburden myself. I believe I did Beatriz great harm. She was newly married when I met her in Granada. Her husband was a man named Francisco Ramirez de Madrid. As his name implies, he was of Madrid, meaning that his lovely wife was often left alone in Granada. It took me an entire month to get her into bed, perhaps the longest courtship of my entire on life.
Huh.
Shucks, for an immortal being, you don't take your time much, do you?
I don't usually have to try, but Beatriz was a woman of principle. She was not ready to cheat on her husband or her holy vows.
Hey dude, it's fun. It's weird because it's a story, card, and dice game at once, but it's spoopy. Huh. That's different.
She did not share her body with me immediately, but in her mind, the deed had been done 1,000 times already from the first day we met. I knew her by reputation before I met her, and I knew the way into her underclothes. It was through Latin. Other than myself, she was perhaps the global authority on Latin, largely an unspoken language at the time. I quoted Virgil to her, the story of my old nemesis, Aenos.
You mean Aeneas, right?
Aeneas.
What did I say?
You definitely said Anus.
Oh, my mistake. Anyway, I knew I would be her match in Latin, so I told her, Nunc scio quid sit amor. Now I know what love is.
Huh.
She admonished me for my forwardness, but did so with a smile that she could not hide from me. With her husband in Madrid, I spent the warm Spanish evenings with her, drinking her blood and sharing thoughts of terrifying intimacy.
Meaning you got up to a lot of kinky stuff.
Oh, the kinkiest. We probed each other so deeply. Do you know what we did?
Well, I can guess.
We discussed Aristotle.
Oh, okay, maybe I can't guess.
You cannot know true intimacy until you have delved deeply into Aristotelian logic, biology, and virtues with another.
I guess? I feel like there's other ways to get to know someone intimately, though.
But Samuel, I used her. Even with the bond we formed, a bond that few couples on this earth could ever achieve, I used her.
Right, we got ads incoming. I'll be right back. Vader Dad, you're in charge. Welcome back from ad jail.
Through her influence, I was able to embed myself into the Spanish court. I introduced Ferdinand and Isabella to the Malleus Maleficarum. They adored it, of course. They loved blood as much as I did.
So you were feeding poison to a couple of already rabid dogs.
Yes, it inspired their brutal actions against the conquered Muslims and Jews, which delighted me in this foolish troll era of mine.
It's good. It's good. There's like 3 bonus chapters, and we already cleared one of them. So we can probably do all 3 bonus chapters tonight. And then I'll look into picking up the DLC because there is a DLC as well.
After evenings discussing mystic ancient virtues with Beatrice, this was a great betrayal. I deserved to suffer for helping Heinrich, and I deserved to suffer for using Beatrice. I think she was trying to save me through our conversation, Samuel. I might have charmed her with my voice and my words, but she knew who I was.
How's your evening going, Vader? You just winding down and getting ready for bed?
Have you read much about Aristotelian ethics?
I've personally read zero about it.
We didn't discuss a lot of Aristotle out on the range.
I think he will not be so alien to you. He described a concept known as the virtuous mean.
Okay.
It's not so different from the middle path we speak of so often. Between purposelessness and overambition, there is fair ambition. Between shyness and shamelessness, there is modesty.
Sounds reasonable.
Reminds me a lot of Isabella d'Este and Dr. Drain.
Exactly. We cannot sustain being individuals of pure vice or pure virtue. There is no peace in such ambition. But I could not hear her wisdom. I was 2,500 years old. Who was immortal to talk to me about ethics and virtue?
Okay.
It is simply difficult to reconcile my disappointment with myself, Samuel. That I helped the evil and used the virtuous. Once I had helped to fuel the bloody ambitions of Ferdinand and Isabella, I abandoned Beatrice.
Oh no.
It is a dark thing indeed to live to be a troll. There is no fulfillment in such a life, only pain. A troll such as I was is a societal toxin. We break down the social contract and reduce humanity to a bestial state.
Okay.
If trolls are as powerful as Andy's suggesting, we got some real problems.
A troll such as I was is a
If trolls are as powerful as Andy's suggesting, we got some real problems.
A troll such as I was is a societal toxin.
If trolls are as powerful as Andy's suggesting, we got some
A troll such as
I think you're the one doing the reducing there, Andy. A troll might be a troll, but they're human too.
Well, it only took me 4 guesses out of 5, so what do I know about anything? Spring vacay, probably gonna snack his day of playing hung. Fair. What kind of snack are you gonna have, Vader? What is the best snack, and why is it Oreos?
I don't think anyone ever gets brought into this world thinking, gee, I just want to make people miserable.
Probably would help if I typed that here and not in my chat. Vader. There's absolutely no way to clip yourself typing into the wrong chat. But that is absolutely the type of thing that I would clip if I could right now and post to your Discord. Oreos are good. Fruity Pebbles. I don't. I'm sure I have had them, but I don't recall ever eating Fruity Pebbles, you know? I mean, I guess, but it's not the same. I don't like Oreos that much. I don't know if I'm weird. 2 things that I would say yes, they're Fruity Pebbles and Taco Bell. Valid. I mean, pull Oreos. I need to fix those audio gates. It's super weird that you guys get so much background noise now. There's a poll. Oreos, yes or no? 2 things that I would say yes to for Taco Bell. Belgian biscuits and ice cream for me. There you go. So, would you take your Belgian biscuits and make a little ice cream sandwich. An ice cream Oreo, if you will.
Well, that ain't you, right?
I do not remember being a baby, but no, that was not my concern.
We have our own version of Oreos, which isn't as sweet, and it's a lot better. But in general, if there's a choice of cookies or something else that's not nasty, I'll go for something else. Also Googling. Well, that's also an option.
It is true. I had the capacity to be more than a troll. I simply did not recognize that fact.
Oh, they're already biscuit sandwiches? Wait. Hold up a second. What I do have, and this could be in your care package, June. Would you like maple cream cookies? It's cinnamon cookie with raspberry jam between them. Oh, I've had that before. I didn't know there was a technical name for them. But yes, I have had those. They are delicious.
Alas, I believe I was a far more successful troll than I have been a sincere human being. I used Heinrich and Beatrice more effectively than I have ever helped kindly vampires.
Disqualifying the positive?
Andy, you're disqualifying the positive again. Whatever troll you were in the past, comparing him to the Andy of today is as useful as milking a bull. Well, actually, it might make the bull happy, but we ain't gonna talk about that.
Well, I don't know how to respond to that. So moving right along.
Point is, if we're talking about the good you do now, what do your troll days have to do with anything? You're being a real Count Gloomula if you're taking something good and ruining it for no reason.
Count Gloomula? I know of no such man.
No such man.
I made him up, but he's just who you're being when you're knocking yourself down.
You are correct, Samuel. May that Andromachos remain buried. I will not forget him, but not so that I might torture myself, but to remember how far I have come. I must say, I am feeling much less burdened having spoken with you, my friend. I feel as though I am in bat form already, with the wind beneath my wings.
I mean, so far as things go, I would say that's a good thing, because that means he's feeling light and airy, and generally those feelings are associated with feeling unburdened.
I'm glad to hear that, Andy. I don't want you weighed down.
Would you like to go out for a night fly with me, my friend?
That sounds like a mighty fine idea.
Then let us go. The moon is high and the night awaits.
Lady and I are going to an Indian buffet for lunch tomorrow. We're going to eat a ridiculous amount of naan. Naan is so good, though. 10 out of 10 would recommend. One of my favorite things is actually naan bread and hummus. I mean, naan. I guess I don't need to say naan bread. I could just say naan. But naan and hummus, you know?
Hey, Andy, you ready for our therapy sesh, partner?
Can I, just real quick, do we get like bonus chapters in the end story part, or like little inserts about Andy here? So no client knows about Andy. Yeah, so all right, also no bonus chapter about us leaving back to America. Interesting.
Hey there, you ain't Andy.
She sure ain't.
Panoptabella, what are you doing here?
I was looking for the bathroom.
This ain't the bathroom.
Well, this ain't the bathroom.
That's what I just said.
I can see that. I'll go then.
Hey, Chief, what's going on?
She made shawarma a few nights ago. Had the garlic spread and hummus and naan. There you go. All right, I'll be here, Lev.
Panoptabella and I were simply having an exchange.
Okay.
In exchange of what?
Samuel, my dear, you do not need to know everything. It is not my business to share.
Okay.
We are here for my therapy session, are we not?
Yeah, that's right. How are you doing, boss?
In truth, I feel much improved, my friend. I believe unburdening myself to you has been most helpful. My lightening of spirit comes with its own distortions, however. Which would you like to focus on tonight?
Labeling, should, overgeneralization, blaming.
I think I've got what I need to handle an ancient vampire. Go on, Chief. What's been on your mind?
Goosey soup and fufu. I actually don't know what either of those things are, so I need to broaden my horizons.
The last century has been a bit isolating. Other elder vampires think themselves above self-improvement, so we have little to speak of.
Well, I guess that ain't no surprise. New ways of thinking don't usually come out of retirement communities.
Indeed, we elderly often prefer to sing praises to old glories, but there is no glory in my past, only death.
Okay.
I want to stop you there, Chief. There is no glory in my past, only death. You're 3,000 years old. Can you really say you got nothing to be proud of in that time?
I am not proud to be an effective killer, my friend.
I mean, I wouldn't be either.
I just have trouble believing all you did was kill and sleep for 3,000 years.
Valid.
That is fair. I have met many fascinating people and seen many forgotten wonders.
See, there you go. Don't go tossing out the blood with the blood bag.
I like that. I like that analogy for vampires.
You are correct. Against my own wisdom, I hope to erase the parts of my unlife that bring me shame.
Well, it's like you told me. Everyone's got cognitive distortions, and we ain't ever gonna get over them.
Truth.
Too true. I must accept the evil so that I can appreciate the good. I confess I often wish to give myself a pass, because in hindsight my evil was so pointless. Have you ever heard the phrase, the banality of evil?
No.
Oh, no, but I can guess what it means. Evil is just plain dumb. It ain't thoughtful. It ain't empathetic. Don't even have a goal, really. It's the opposite of being mindful.
Samuel, your insights serve you well. Yes, that is exactly it. Evil is dumb.
Okay.
Historian Hannah Arendt coined this phrase to describe the actions of some Nazi leaders.
Aha.
In Western tradition, when we think of evil, we imagine powerful creatures of darkness intent on hurting others.
Okay.
Even in this understanding, evil has no ideology. It is, as you say, dumb. And when we perceive evil as dumb, it is tempting to simply dismiss it.
Truth.
If I live in a life that is no longer evil, it does not feel right to be judged by the centuries I spent in dumbness.
All right, so we have a tie on Oreos. Levy voted 3 times, likely to make it a tie. And I don't know how to feel about that.
realization of the banality of evil that made me question it.
Well, how's that?
Well, you and I know what effective killers we are. There is no mortal that would dare stand against us. We are physically superhuman, but are we truly greater beings than mortals?
You know what? I have an Oreo. I am not going to eat it in a sexy way, but you guys are going to watch me eat an Oreo, and you're going to listen to it. At least you covered it and get it on mic. That could be a channel point redeem. Eat an Oreo, but sexy. And we all know that it's just me like splitting the Oreo and licking the icing out of it.
How many people do you think I have killed, Samuel?
Well, you being 3,000 years old and all, I bet you've killed.
Oh, probably a few million.
You must have killed a few million mortals. That's a hell of a thought.
5.
You know as well as I do how normalized killing can be for our kind. Yes, I have killed millions. The truth is, I have no idea how many people I have killed. I was certain, however, that I was the dominant force of death in the world.
That sounds untrue. Famine, plague. You know, there's 2 right there.
But in the 20th century, humanity showed me that I was far from superhuman.
Oh, 5 people?
I thought I was detached from the value of life. World War I showed me I was not special in this.
Oh, yeah. I kind of missed both of the world wars. I was busy walking at that time.
They were terrible, Samuel. Mass death events have happened before. The Napoleonic Wars, the Taiping Rebellion, and even older wars killed millions. But the industrialization of war turned corpses into mere numbers. Humanity could kill its enemies without ever seeing their faces.
It's true. Once upon a time, you know, if you can only fire an arrow 150 feet, you know, you can definitely see the person you're shooting at.
I was there on the Western Front. I saw mortars and mustard gas used indiscriminately, men ripped to unidentifiable shreds. Day after day, month after month, the bodies filled mass graves, each death contributing to no ultimate goal. Back then, I was a creature who saw death as glorious. I thought that mortals were food, owed to me because I was greater than they. This casual mass murder showed me that I was not above my humanity. Murder was humanity.
Ah.
I'm afraid, Samuel, that I quite lost my appetite for blood. I did not think such a thing was possible for a vampire.
I mean, isn't that Dr. Drane's entire thing? He doesn't have an appetite for blood, so he made artificial blood, and that brought out Lord Lucidius, the Iridius.
Dang, you must have been pretty depressed.
You could say that. I was disgusted. With myself. With humanity. Certainly with my own humanity. One night, standing on a North Sea beach, utterly lost, I walked into the sea.
Okay.
Water filled my lungs, but I did not die. I kept walking into the cold gloom to whatever fate would befall me.
Okay.
What were you thinking in that moment?
I was not. Without a purpose, all I had was walking. That was all that mattered.
Okay.
That actually does make a lot of sense, I reckon. I did much the same thing.
I thought you would understand. Yes, I did not walk for a purpose. Perhaps I was walking to find a purpose.
Okay.
So, what happened?
The light of moon and sun faded away. I saw things in the darkness, flashes of nightmares, giant eyes peering at me in the gloom.
Okay.
I felt the heat of volcanic plumes, saw explosions of strange life in the corpses of dead whales. Predators like myself abound in the deep places of the world. These ghosts in the darkness consumed one another, horrors feeding upon horrors.
Okay.
As I walked further still, I came upon the wreckage of a great ship, littered with material reminders of the mortals who once walked its decks. I will never forget the experience of seeing this symbol of humanity's power over nature decaying in the abyss.
That's a statement.
I had to sketch the great ship as soon as I could. It was named the Titanic.
Didn't the Titanic sink, Andy?
The Titanic. I remember that story. John Muir would say it was a symbol of man's hubris. He could be a grumpy old cuss sometimes.
I saw it more as a symbol of nature's ignorance of humanity's hubris. The creatures of the cold deep paid it no mind, ignorant of the death all around them, for there were no bodies to speak of.
Oh, right. He walked into the water.
I think it was then that I finally understood. Death, as a state of nature, has no meaning.
Okay.
Death only has whatever meaning we give it, and my death had none.
You know, I'm pretty sure Eddie Keene said exactly the same thing.
Not the hubris. That's all he gets them.
I do not deny it. Edmund was in some ways correct. If we do not give our own lives meaning, do they have meaning?
I mean, just because we don't attribute meaning to something doesn't mean that someone else hasn't. So, no.
That's still Nosferatu thinking and disqualifying the positive. You ain't the only one that gets to define the meaning of life and death. Death doesn't erase the memory of a person, just the body.
I suppose one could say their hearts will go on.
Truth.
I hope you ain't gonna sing it.
Don't worry, my friend. I think we all heard that song a little too much.
I think that Andy is probably a great singer, though.
But you are right. I was so sure I understood death, but I was only beginning to understand mortality.
I get it. There's a reason we're in the same business, I reckon.
Your reckoning is well perceived, and I am grateful that I had my own reckoning. As I watched the creatures of the deep swimming among the wreckage of the great ship, I realized how small my life truly was. I had wondered for many centuries what it would be like to venture into space. Into the great ocean, that need was satisfied. For once, I felt small, powerless, a small spark of life in the void.
There you go, June. June, would you like to come into Discord and sing for everyone?
All my unlife was a primal scream. I am here, I matter. But I finally understood that I could never be heard. I will say it was a terrifying experience, but one that I am unendingly grateful for. And it was more achievable than going to space.
Vampires in space. I guess there's no real reason why we shouldn't go out there. We got time for long travel.
I mean, and you don't need to breathe, so...
Maybe we should take a trip to Mars sometime.
Martian vampires? It's a little silly, Samuel.
Bedtime songs? I like sleep tapes and soft music. I got neither of those for you.
Take me to your bleeder.
Oh, Samuel, that was truly terrible. And I adore you for it. Perhaps the day will come when we do visit Mars, but I am content to stay here. There is much to discover about our existence on Earth. After this dark journey, I walked back across the Atlantic, sustained with fish blood and a new will to understand myself.
Okay.
Timing could not have been better, because a new form of science was just coming into prominence. Psychology, the study of the self.
Well, when was this?
Around 1920, I was not the only human being to question humanity's choices after the Great War. Indeed, if humanity did not question itself after such horrors, this would be a condemned world. It was my questioning of the self that brought me to this place. Psychology was born right here in Leipzig.
Is that actually a truth fact? Birthplace of psychology. In 1879, Wilhelm Wundt founded the first psychological laboratory dedicated exclusively to psychological research in Leipzig, Germany.
No shit.
Okay, sounds rain, but sometimes that's counterproductive. Then I just gotta pee. I mean, you know, if you gotta pee, at least it means your body is adequately hydrated. I mean, that's not always true, but you know, you can't pee if you don't have fluids to release, so there is that, right? Yeah, the devs have a lot of like little real world tidbits in here. You know, like all the names that they throw around are real people. Maybe not the vampires themselves, but you know.
None at all, my friend. A man named Wilhelm Wundt lived just on the street. He developed a method where we describe our own thoughts and sensations.
That is a truth fact that I just read on Google.
Well, that sounds mighty familiar.
Yes, the hints of cognitive distortions were present already. I read his works voraciously. I was obsessed with the study of the self. I became interested in my own feelings. Why did I rage for so long? What did it feel like physically? And I realized that my prevailing feeling was always fear. Like Edmund, I was a coward. Oh dear, the similarities are piling up.
And he's using another man's name to judge himself. That's a
Like Edmund.
Now let's take a step back there, Chief. I've been afraid too. Dr. Drain was afraid. Isabella D'Este was afraid. Medi was afraid. And we know about Eddie. I reckon every mortal's been afraid too. That don't make us cowards, and it don't mean we're Eddie Keene neither. It just makes us human.
Yes, I believe I know this in my dead heart as well. Fear is a part of nature, and we are only slightly unnatural. Why was I not interested in myself for nearly 3,000 years? I should have shed my ignorance long before.
Okay. That's a should statement.
I think you know as well as I do that there was a should statement.
I know. I should have recognized my own should.
I should have recognized my own should.
You should have recognized your own should. That's a load of should in one bag.
Your observation is certainly valid. I should listen to you more often.
Well,
Oh, come on, Chief. You don't need to listen to me. Listen to yourself.
I'm teasing you, Samuel.
rude.
You really are a dusty old joker, Andy.
I don't know why I'm typing at you. Have a good night, Vader. Be safe. See you around the multiverse, nerds. I'll see you around, Vader. That being said, you know, let's do shout outs for Phil, who was in earlier, and Mr. Vader Dad. These are two good guys. They play a lot of the things. Definitely go check them both out. If you have some time. Heavy Rain is an excellent game. I have only seen one full playthrough, so I actually know what the ending is, which makes me hesitant to play it on stream. But you know, I might pick it up and play it off stream. Heavy Rain is definitely a good game. And then Mr. Vader Dad does like Sea of Thieves, Star Citizen, Star Rail, Cavern Crawlers, I believe the game is called. Dark and Darker. You know, a lot of good things over in those channels.
No, I do appreciate your pointing out my should statement. I did find my way to the self. I was simply not ready to face myself for a few millennia. But I did develop an obsession with knowing myself, and it took me to some very awkward places.
All right, Chief, I'm ready. I ain't afraid of sex, so you can talk to me.
I suppose it was about sex.
Well,
Here we go.
This is when I began my studies with Sigmund Freud. I spent much time with him. He shared this obsession with understanding the self. We analyzed each other, which helped us to analyze ourselves.
I mean, I think that's a fair statement. The more that you learn about other people, the more you reflect upon yourself, you know?
We hid nothing. We knew that we would understand the truth if we laid it bare. The bearing of truth in this case was difficult. I horrified him, I believe. Take a look at this picture. What is your impression of this woman?
She looks kind of stern.
Well, she looks kind of stern, I guess.
She was certainly a very strong woman by all accounts. Mighty like Isabella d'Este.
Okay.
This woman was most beloved by Sigmund. She was his mother. He would show me this very picture and say, Andromachos, if she were your mother, you would want to fuck her too.
Well,
I don't use this phrase often for obvious reasons, but what in the Sam hell?
He could not imagine why anyone else would feel differently. Of course, I overshared with him as well.
okay.
I do not think my recounting of the convent of San Sisto orgy of 1417 helped us to gain a greater sense of self-awareness.
Probably not.
Oh, I always found it humorously ironic the way the nuns still cried out to God.
Boy, you really like a little novelty in the bedroom, don't you?
Oh, Samuel, you are such a millennial.
The what now? The orgy. No, that is not something I can Google. I can't help you.
I'm way too old to be a millennial, Andy.
I mean, you were born in this millennia.
I mean to say that you were born in the last millennium. You will understand when you are over 1,000 years old.
Truth.
You know, you're not my daddy.
But I wouldn't be objecting to calling him Daddy.
No, I am not, though perhaps I joke like one. But Sigmund had made a grave mistake in our explorations of the self, and in doing so, cast doubt on the truly groundbreaking work we did.
It sounds like you're doing a little too much blaming of Sigmund. You admitted yourself that you had some oversharing too.
Truth.
And heck, I bet that oversharing had its uses. I mean, nobody's ever done something like that before. How are we gonna grow if we don't try new things?
Also true.
Yes, probably so. The awkward conversations are often the ones we need to have.
I mean, yes, but like, how many times a month do I tell chat that, you know, I'll explain it when you're older? So, you know,
He was really into his mother, though.
like really into his mother,
He
apparently.
actually died, as mortals do. But my lust for understanding the self was not quenched. I became interested in the philosophy of those of my lifetime, and the philosophy of the modern era. It was like charting a map through humanity.
I literally never remember you saying that. God, no. I feel like it happens a couple times a month.
It was invigorating. I felt alive. This feeling showed me that I was on the right path. The thinkers whose works I read all had the same obsession I did. They wanted to unlock the formula of humanity. That was my true aim as well.
Overgeneralization.
You know what you're talking about sounds a lot like the algorithm. People and cultures are all kind of different and changing all the time. Well, that's the best part of being human.
Ads in a minute.
There ain't no formula that'll work for everyone, not unless we're all the same.
Well observed, Samuel. I came to this conclusion as well. I thought that my immortality made me the ideal student of the self. I had time to question and explore.
You're already in an ad? Oh, you're an ad? What? Okay? I think that's about a response to someone saying they're an ad, right? Sell me something. All right, we got ads in 4 seconds. I'm going to do a wardrobe change. This shirt's a little hot. June, you're in charge. Give you 20 what? Would you like to elaborate on that? Oh, give you 20. All right, so 20 by 83.99 is $16,079.80. Plus shipping and taxes. Taxes, Finland, sales tax is 25.5%. So 125.5 times 83.99 times 20. Oops, 1.255. So we're looking at 2108, 149. And then no taxes are included in our prices. All right, so you're still looking at 1679.80. Then you're looking at shipping. Is shipping included in the Scatterbrained? Shipping isn't included, but all right, I'm listening. I don't think it matters for the situation we're in. Wait, I see Hazel with a gun, huh? So everything's free? I got ya. I gotcha. Wherefore, you know, I can't find anything to save my life these days. Also, are they like a kilo each? I would assume so, yes. So I don't know how you're going to. Yes, I have 2 guns, and one of them is a dragon. But also, like, could a chipmunk carry or drag a kilo worth of acorns? Really? We might have a problem here, June.
But I did not account for the fact that the act of questioning made me grow and change myself. I am no longer the man I was yesterday, and tomorrow I shall be someone new. I have become aware of ways in which I could be more mindful, more kind, more fashionable even.
I counter with 2 guns and a knife. All right, June. So we got 4 guns and a knife. What do you got?
I chase the truth, Samuel, and I chase the good. It is a shame that I can only chase them, never catch them.
Disqualifying the positive?
You ain't ever gonna be perfect, Chief. Neither am I. You're right. The more aware we are, the more them goalposts are gonna keep moving. We can always be better. But I think you're disqualifying the positive of being good enough. You're trying, Andy, every day. I think that's the battle won right there.
Probably.
You ain't gonna slip now. 4,000-year-old Andy is gonna be a force of good to be reckoned with.
I know. It reminds me of a pearl of wisdom Marcus Aurelius gave me that I could not yet understand. He said, "Waste no time in arguing what a good person should be. Be one." I take these words to heart now, but it is hard to not have deep regrets.
Okay.
I think you know how to address them regrets there, Andy.
Are you going to do the horse thing? I would prefer you didn't.
No, I ain't gonna do the horse thing.
I
Say.
am relieved, but yes, you know what I need, and I gratefully accept it.
Andy, let's accept all the dark deeds you done. Let's accept that it took you a long time to change. Ain't no getting around that. It's time to show a little compassion. You're doing your best. You're a better person for all the work you done. You, my friend, are good enough.
Good enough. I suppose I am.
Hooray.
You like a hug there, boss?
I would love a hug, my friend.
I think everyone could use more hugs. Except for people that don't want to be touched. They do not need more hugs. Well. Oh, there we go. All right. And that is all of the main story of Vampire Therapist. The DLC is $4. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I will pick up the DLC to finish in 2 weeks. But what we will do to finish up stream, it occurs to me that it is 10 p.m. So it's too late to really get much done in Animal Crossing. So what we will play is some Fly Night. We're gonna play Monster Train.
Hell, our home. Frozen when heaven extinguished the pyre.
All right, are you guys ready? Funny. Let me just scroll. Let me just scroll instead of finding them all manually. Because I'm just typing in emote names. Because apparently that's the most efficient thing to do. They are so small. That's the best I got. But I bite. All right. I too have access to a bite emote. Where is it? Is it underneath the pole? Because that wouldn't help me. Yeah, let's play double random. All right, Space Prism, Fledgling Imp, Beast. So we're playing Umbral Demon, Primary Umbral. Okay, Artifact. Plus 40 Pyre Health. We'll take the bonus artifact. We'll take Shade Lamp. That's pretty strong. We'll take a unit draft for 10 armor. That's a lot of Uno cards. Okay. Torch. Health, damage shield. Nope. Plus 1 space. Blink. We end turn. Damage shield, health, rage. Do damage, I guess. Remove that. Attack. Deal damage. Deal damage. May Cisco save me. 82. Block a hit for him. Still 82. Yeah, still 82. So the core will win this fight for us, but it's not great. Just straight up add a Morsel Miner. Deal 5 damage. We'll take Morsel Maker. Hey, Pear. We be good. We beat all the bonus sessions in Vampire Therapist, so we'll be picking up the DLC. It's only $350. How is... I presume that if you're here, you are not currently building Legos. How long did they add? Oh, 0. We're in bed. And I see that Ash is just staring at a fence. And Pikachu is confused about it. That being said, I'm gonna do this, and he's not allowed to get mad at me right now. Go check out Pear, and I'm gonna be super lazy about it. And go to the channel. Charity. And currently going on in Pear's channel is stream will not end until the UCS Millennium Falcon set is complete. 7,541 pieces. Every $30 donated using the Twitch extension at the top of chat will be 30 minutes of no building. Also, try out commands, activate your shirt, and activate 90 for other fun stuff. All proceeds will go to benefiting the Make-A-Wish International organization. Let's grant some wishes for kids who could use one. There is some good prizes in exclamation point 90, which you can find here. And if you want some official parody Make-A-Wish shirt, you can get that here. And every shirt that is purchased, as it says, will add 30 minutes to the timer. Though I do ask, if you are going to donate or buy a shirt, wait until he's actually building tomorrow, because the timer does run while he's asleep, which doesn't, I mean, it helps him, it helps Charity, it doesn't help the people that are trying to torture him by making him take longer to build it. Take from this information what you will, y'all. So, definitely go check it out. Lego building is fun. Want some insider information? What you got for us? You're not gonna finish on time? Heard it here first? I mean, this is where I hear all my information, apparently. Free. Wait. Yeah, nothing gets double stack. I love insider trading. I mean, information. Yes, I officially do not like insider trading. Now, June, is it because you're never invited to participate in it? I mean, that's fair. That's fair, Pear. I absolutely recommend you do so. Ooh. But then how do I add fun ways to die? It is important that I put as many dumb things in the notebook as possible. And boy, do I have some ideas. Fair. Oh, so you're just gonna take a day? That's fair though, because like you're on bag 7, and you were hoping to start bag 8 today. So like you're behind schedule already, right? So like the ideal is that you finish it by Monday evening, right? You know, because you got to go back to work and all that. So I think that's valid. But don't tell anyone, right? You know, and if I just unpublish my VOD until Thursday, they didn't hear it here. Actually, let me go ahead and just do that now. I don't think many people come watch my VOD, but you know, we can just do that for a couple days. I'm helping. Stop planning a week ago. Well. You're just out there doing your best, and that's all that matters. Okay. 1 damage. That is about the greatest unit that I've ever had in this game. 22. Have a good night, Pear. Let me tuck you into bed. Have good EPs. Okay, so that goes there. We trigger eat. Lethal. That there. That eliminates the damage available. Life steal there. Lethal. 49. Damage shield makes that 71. We remove that. We add the life steal, makes that 65. So that's not even better. That's definitively worse than it was. Lethal. Hooray, victory. And we took 0 core damage. Packed morsels. Piercing damage is strong. Merchant of Magic. Remove consume. And make that free. Restore health. Cavern. The train stops near some familiar crystals. The covered memorial in the middle is refracted twice by the crystals surrounding it. One larger, one smaller. In front of each, there are markings for a creature stand to receive the remaining energy. None of those are particularly strong. I guess we make one of the train stewards one size. It's kind of a waste of the upgrade slot, but it's what we got. We'll fight Daedalus without taking the artifact here. Daedalus is a reasonably tough fight because we don't have a strong attacker unit. 10 damage to my front unit. So that there. Link. Go up a damage shield. We're gonna end turn and wait to drop Primordium again, I think. Train steward there. Space prism. Damage. We end turn on that. We plink for 11. Fine, actually. $29 lethal. Not lethal. Create a morsel miner. Oh, I should have done that last. Block. Pierce. Deal 5 damage. Lifesteal. All right, 563. So we don't have a lot going for us. Okay. Lethal. Plink. So that's lethal. Nothing carries over. 3 morsels. Damage shield makes that bleed over. Damage shield. Damage shield. Lethal, so we'll just let that happen. Yep. Yep. +1 plus mana every turn. We're gonna take unit upgrade. We're gonna make this endless. Yeah, we didn't have any gold to do anything with at that point. Okay, 85. So we're gonna make a multi-strike endless morsel maker. To be fair, we did finish all the bonus days for Vampire Therapist today. 20 attack. How's your night going, nobody? Are you happy, healthy, and wise? That can go there. That's good. How's your week been? Phase Prism. So you go on, you do 10. Piercing makes that lethal. Lethal. Plus 6 attack. Plus 6 attack. Plink. Okay. 5 damage to enemy units. Lethal. Healing, moving on, doesn't matter to me. Plus 6 attack. 3 rares. Plus 6 attack. Life steal. Life steal. Damage field. Life steal. Just doing my nightly check-in with someone to make sure they're doing okay and then head to sleep. Well, I'm glad that you're able to do that for your friend, nobody. Let me tuck you into bed. But, you know, I love that you're able and willing to do that for your friend, you know? I think that speaks a fair bit about you as a friend. And I'm glad that I know someone that cares enough about someone to do such a thing. Morsel Miner. No shields. Miner there. Just straight attack here. And then life steal to fill the slots. Lethal. So we'll plink, we'll torch. Lethal to you anyway, so it doesn't matter. Beast, plank, piercing. So we're at what, 390? That's our turn. We torch and lethal. That's not bad. Rage armor is not bad. We'll take an artifact. To be fair, it's the least I can do to show that they are cared for and I value them in their spirit. But like, that's good of you to do, right? And like, it is the least you could do, right? But a lot of people wouldn't think to do such a thing. You know, it's not that people don't care. It's just that, you know, they don't. And no. And maybe I'm gonna phrase this poorly, but like, you know, people just don't believe that doing such a thing will help, and they just don't do it sometimes. You know, and I know that's probably not the case, but you know. More than once in my life have I encountered someone that says, I should check in with so-and-so, you know, but they don't follow through on it, you know? Eruption? Enrage. Morsel Minor. 2 damage. We end turn. 2 damage. We feast. We plink because we can. 2 damage. Lethal, so you carry on. +1 space, 3 uncommon morsels. Damage shield. Lifesteal. Damage shield. Okay, rage. That's lethal to you, that's fine. We plink. That's lethal to you. We lose both of those. We do that there. We're good with that trade. Torch. Enrage. Morsel Minor. So no stealth unit anymore. +6 attack. Damage shield. I don't think it's just generally not intentional when people don't read it. I don't think that people are making an active choice to not do it. I just feel like people say they should do it, but then choose not, or just don't do it or follow through because they don't feel it has value sometimes, you know? I don't know. I'm likely wrong here, you know? So Beast doesn't matter because we have no other unit cards to play. Lethal anyways, so we do nothing. For random, we'll skip on that artifact. That's not even good. We'll skip on that. You know, like, I'm really bad for it. I'm really bad for it. I will go like a month without talking to someone, and then suddenly I'll just be like in their DMs, like, hey, like, you good? Like, you know, you happy, you healthy, you wise, you doing okay, you alive, you know? And it's not like I verbalize it, but like occasionally it'll just pop into my mind, like, oh, I haven't heard from so-and-so in a while, right? And I'll have that thought in the middle of my day. And then when I sit down at my desk or whatever, where I'm free to slide into a Discord DM or text or whatever, it's gone from my brain, you know? And then like a month later, when I actually reach out to them, I'm like, oh man, I meant to do this. Like, you know, it's not malicious or anything, you know? It's not like I'm choosing not to do these things. I just actively forget, you know? So like, I don't, you know? So it's, anyways, so it's good that you make the effort to do such a thing, you know? And it's something that I personally wish I was better at. Yes. Artifacts. Morsel's damage shield is strong. And we ball. We do have room to take 40 points of buffs, so that's good. We do that. We apply rage to friendly units. We add a space. We end turn. We remove that. We remove that from our floor because it's not helpful. We add a space. We feast. We spend our entire turn removing those. We add rage. We spend our turn removing those. Amber Grain, that's fine. We remove 2 of those. Nothing. Lethal. We plink. Nothing. We remove that. We remove that. Damage shield. Hydrate. Thanks, Lev. Morsel Miner. So our heart will take 1. That puts us at 46. We remove those. Lethal. We do that. We do that. Final wave. Rage armor. Attack. Damage shield. Damage shield. 5 damage to enemy units. Damage shield. We'll just do 2 damage. Welcome back from jail. Armor. 3 morsels. 2 damage because we can. You do 29. We do 500. So yeah, we win. We win this matchup without doing anything else. We can just throw these up here because we can. We took 1 damage. We're good with that. Well, I'm just like, I know how much it means to have someone show they care and just be there. If I can't be there for her in person, I'm sure. There you go. You know. And I think it's especially important when you know that someone's going through something. And like, if I knew that someone was going through something, I agree. I do tend to check in like every day. But like, I'm just really bad at reaching out when I just haven't heard from someone in a while, you know? Like, for example, my friend texted me 2 days ago. She moved to Victoria for school, right? And I haven't talked to her in a literal year, you know? January 2024 is the last time we actually like had a conversation in a text message. And I'm bad for it, you know? We Snapchat occasionally, but we don't sit down and chat anymore, right? But, you know, she was like, I'm moving back, and I was like, oh, okay. And she's like, can you come down and help me pack my place up? And I was like, yeah, I'm happy to take a vacation day and whatever if you have a specific date in mind. But like, it's just one of those things where like, I'm bad at doing the check-ins when there's nothing going on, you know? If that makes sense. I don't know. I'm really bad for feeling I'm bothering people. So I just tend to not reach out. And I know that no one feels that way about me. But like, I'm just... You know? I mean... The secret at this point is we just go in here and we remove you. We take the camping upgrade. Yes. Add status effects. That's perfect. I've dealt with a lot with having moved around the globe. Fair. Nobody, I've never thought to ask. I just assume you live in America. You know, but I've never asked. Lethal. Morsel Maker. Primordium. We put Inflame on him, so we get Rage and Armor every turn from that. What are you guys getting +8 from? Oh, for every Blight card in my deck. Morsel Maker, Morsels. I mean, you're dead. There's really not a great deal of reason to play them. We play that, get that guy. 10. So we want to keep you. We want the damage shield. You're a throwaway unit. Damage shield. Okay. Oh, they have damage shield, so he doesn't even die. Perfect. You block. You get a buff. You get 2 buffs. You get that. You get that. Live in America currently. Okay. I mean, I assumed by the fact that you had Wendy's and McDonald's. Lethal. Lethal to 1. We do 2 damage. Hear what I know, literally nothing but New Zealand. I assume that you also have Wendy's McDonald's based on you knew what they were and you know what a Frosty was. but also you lived in America, so I wasn't 100% sure, you know? I honestly don't know. I know McDonald's is worldwide. I don't know any, you know, allegedly they have KFC in Japan based on I Love You, Colonel Sanders. But you know, like, it's not really something I think too much about. Well, we're learning stuff today. Upgrade slot. +1 attack per stack of rage, I guess. Command? I mean, food around the world is a little weird, you know? Every country does food different, you know? We're doing okay, Rack. How are you doing today? You happy, healthy, and unwise? I think I'd probably call it better than American KFC, but the texture is weird. Like, they use a different batter? Do they use different herbs and spices? I wish for a little more information here. Slain gauge 20. Spells can take 3 upgrades. Remove, consume. We only have 1 spell. Not eligible. Also, all right, hit me, June. Ten damage. Slay, gain 20. These can live up here. You're addicted. How far are you? I also say that like I actually know anything about the game. Okay, 10 damage. Doesn't matter if you move on. Damage, block. Nothing we're gonna do with that. 5 damage to enemy units. Stealth. I think this goes poorly for good old James. Stealth. Deal 10 damage. So you progress with 94. 96. You're on. Japanese Wendy's is really weird. All right, tell me about Japanese Wendy's. Tell me about food around the world, guys. I am mildly curious at this point. Multi-strike 1. Sacrifice. So multi-strike 1. Artifact. 5 gold, I guess. Strength stone, fire health. Attack your. Yes. Wacky and generally weird, huh? I mean, like, is it just like more like regional foods, you know, like it's weird because we wouldn't get those things here? Apply stealth, deal 50 damage. Yep, that bomb's gonna do us in here. I got nothing. New Zealand food is fairly typical colonial fare: fish and chips, roast, meat pies, etc. The sweets are superior to American sweets due to outside small manufacturing stuff. I think we're gonna lose this run. I don't have a strategy here. Yeah, we lose. Doesn't matter what I do, we lose. I really don't enjoy playing Demon though, so you know, I'm just gonna let it happen. Okay, play 10 attack. Enemies get -1. Do 6. Okay, we'll take the morsel. We'll just lethal there. We vent. Yeah, I did that in the wrong order. Do 2, 9. So that's lethal. Gain 2. 5, 10. Lethal. 25. Block. 80. It also just tastes weird. Huh. Vent for 4. Do 6. And we do 6. We end turn. 36. We do 9 is lethal. rage 10. Add more sauce. I mean, that's valid. You know, we want that. I don't really great need for any of that. But like, hey, Dragon. I feel like I'd have to look at the menu to have a real opinion, you know? Lethal. Good morning, Moon. Like the current special at Japanese Wendy's is cheese and truffle baconator. That's $15 for just a sandwich. Cheese and truffle baconator. Huh. That is a little strange. Thanks for paying your taxes, guys. Yeah, that's weird. Five. So that's lethal. $84. $100. $68. So we're advanced with 30. So he does 14 to our core. None of that's helpful to me. We take a Morsel Miner. We take an Umbra Banner. Okay, we'll take another Alloy Construct. That's not bad. Champion gains 50% attack. Purge a card, gain a card. That's not bad. So we'll purge a Train Steward. We take in a rare Umbra. Return all our eaten units. We depart. Japanese McDonald's gets better wholesale than American McDonald's. I'm gonna trust you on that. I have no reason to not believe that's the truth fact. So that's 3. Uno, dos, tres. There. Lethal because he has no hit points and no one to block for him. Morsel Miner. Rage. We end turn. Japanese Burger King is also better than American McDonald's and Japanese Carl's Jr. I mean, I gotta trust you on this, you know? I've never had any of these things in my life. I am uncultured, I'm sorry. We end turn. Add a morsel, add a morsel, add a morsel. Uno, dos, tres. And you know, it's not that, you know, not for nothing, but I generally just hate traveling, so, you know, I would never know any of these things if you didn't tell me, because I don't leave. You know, I barely fly to Calgary, you know? Like, I don't go anywhere. I don't go anywhere, and I have no desire to go anywhere. Plus 6 health. No, we just do 2 damage there, because we can. Lethal. You go to New Zealand, it's like discount Canada. I love going places just want to disposable income. Fair. I don't travel well, you know? Like, you know, I don't like flying. I don't enjoy the airport experience. You know, so it's just one of them things. Like, to me, there is no good reason for me to go traveling, you know? I don't enjoy the experience. You know, it causes me a great deal of anxiety and stuff, like, you know. Gold artifact. Upgrade champion. Who enjoys the airport though? Okay, but like Queenstown has 10 or 10 ambience, it is very pretty. But that thing, Moon, I don't enjoy flying to begin with, so like why would I subject myself to the airport to do something else I don't enjoy? You know, like there's no fathomable reason to do this to me. Lethal. Rage. We end turn. Yeah, but I don't think anyone loves flying. I know a lot of people that say they enjoy flying, Moon, so... You know? Morpho Miner. Morsel. Flying is fine. The airport isn't awful. Crammed together with some sick annoying just sort of stranger. yeah, so I'm seeing mixed reactions to travel and flying here, you know, and that's okay. You know, we're allowed to have differing opinions. So I just need one. So we apply rage, lethal. 457, 475. You maybe use you advance with 140. We retch. Damage shield. We end turn. Some people find it relaxing, Moon. Inflame. Create 3 copies with holdover is huge. We heal. We remove 2 of these. Magic. Holdover. Holdover, apply rage. Then we make it cost 2. And we move on. And that's why I don't have an answer and can't respond, because I've already stated that I don't enjoy it. So asking me what people find relaxing about it isn't going to help you or help provide a answer, you know. Shade Splitter, Rage 10, the end turn. So we create a morsel. We split. Rage. We end turn. We retch. We take a morsel miner. We split. We apply rage. I mean, that's valid, June. See, I don't enjoy traveling because I gotta fly to go anywhere, so. Split. Apply rage. 51 stacks of rage. I mean, that's also true. There is a lot of Canada I could go see. Horde. Yep, neither of those particularly helpful. Quick. A reroll. Multi-strike. And we ball. I mean, I can't stand the plane, but I still think it's worth it for traveling. I mean, valid. I generally don't enjoy the experience. I don't enjoy the airport leading up to it. You know, there is no value to me in doing this, you know? Don't cast spells here. We end turn. Rage. We end turn. Uh, 24. Lethal. I just say the temperature, the ear popping, the meals, the smell of the cramped space, dealing with people. I mean, that's the thing, Moon. You know, if you want to travel, that is a trade-off that you need to make, right? But, you know, I don't enjoy any part of the experience. I don't enjoy traveling, and that's where I leave it, you know? You know, if I don't enjoy any part of the experience, I'm just not going to travel, you know? And there's nothing wrong with not wanting to travel. Uno, dos, tres, beast, rage, uno, dos, rage. I don't know, I have no spells in my hand. Good luck with that. Morsel Miner, Rage, Trigger Eat, no, do 2 damage. Retch. Feast. Rage, do 2 damage. Moon caught an Atlantic cod for 41 kilograms, worth 31 gold. Moon now has 118 gold. No morsel units. Morsel unit, rage, feast, should be lethal. Oh, lethal before it even attacks us, so we're good to go. Yeah, I finished the other two. Double the amount of rage. Tempting. So we'll take that. Plus 1 mana. We'll take damage shield. Plus 1 attack per rage. And we'll conserve mana. Okay, so you're gonna block, so that becomes lethal. We purge that. We do that. We clear that. We create a morsel. Rage and armor. Shroud mitosis. We do that. We clear those. We retch. We have no units to recover. Cool. Lethal. Yeah, nothing to use that on, so we're gonna lose that. We clear those. We create a morsel. That's gonna go there to make sure we have fuel. Coffee tea. Apply rage. Retch. $620, $638, $960. Okay. 270. 114. Barely. We barely win here. But we do win. And we'll take a win. So that gets us to 8. We're good without any of those. We're good without any of those. Welcome back from ad jail. Thanks for sitting through ads. I know that ads are kind of poopy, but you know, we don't really get a vote. We heal. What artifact we got? Demons get +1 multi-strike. I think we re-roll. Yeah, +3 magic power. We fight Seraph. First spell card to get consumed. Not great. Lethal. Do 9. That's 1 carryover. We create a morsel. Goes there. We remove those. We apply rage, making that lethal. Okay. Purge. We retch. That goes there. We add a morsel. That also goes there. Help clear that out a little. Oh, it's really early. I didn't even notice. That looked like a Digimon. I'm hanging in there. It wasn't a bad week at work, but like it just felt like a really long week, you know? One of those weeks that felt long, but nothing really, you know, interesting happened. You know how it be sometimes. We ret. That. We'll take 6 health. We'll feast. I don't think we win this. I think too many enemy units are going to be getting through. We're not doing anything here, you know? Feast. 150. There's an enemy at least. Well, we can do a lot of damage there. Not enough to make something happen. Add a morsel. Damage shield. 30. Yeah, we lose here. Sushi was amazing. I hope you enjoyed it in D&D Rush. No, I had lots of time. Okay. You know what? We're gonna play some more Monster Train. You know, I did say we were gonna raid out, but I'm enjoying the challenge of double random. I'm not good at it, but you know, we take what we can get sometimes. X plus 3 is strong. Strike, apply spell weakness. That's just lethal. We bet for 10. Five. Lethal. That's 8. We'd need 10. So we do that. You're gonna block a hit so we can apply spell weakness there. So you have 1 stack of spell weakness. We take the 3 damage from not clearing that. then we vent for 6. Because 0 plus 3 times 2. It's kind of weird to tell you. Hopefully it gets more eventful with the kind of job you have. I mean, it's not even that. It's like... It's the stress of having a hurry up and wait kind of job, you know? We show up, we're there to do all the things, but there's nothing going on, you know? So that's stressful because of the nature of the work. If you're not observing things going on, are you really doing your job, you know? It just stresses me out to believe that I'm not doing my job, even though I'm there doing my best, you know? If that makes sense. Gain 3 armor. Yes. And endless. Okay. We got something going here. So what we have going here is everything gets spell weakness. You get spell weakness, and you get spell weakness, and you get weakness. Everybody gets spell weakness. You know, and you can just be up there doing the same thing. Block a hit. Do that. You're gonna take 1, which means we do manage to apply spell weakness. Sorry about that, guys. We apply spell weakness, and same thing. We advance with 6, which means we take 4. Thanks, Oprah. You're welcome. Plus 10 magic power could be strong. We're good without that. We take a Stygian banner. Incant plus 2. We sacrifice that into that. We spell chain that. Cavern. I mean, I can go walk around, but it's not a lot of place to go walk around, so... You know, like... I think I could walk around everything I need to look at in, like, 15 minutes at most. Okay, when I play spells on this floor. So incant. We just end turn on that. Lethal. Three. So they're gonna do 7. So unless I can kill something, that doesn't help. So we block here. That's lethal to those two. We apply damage there because we can. 15 or 15? 15. 1-5. Apply spell weakness. Apply damage. Vent. Vent. +10 magic power on this floor. So that's just straight up lethal. 24. You advance with 5. You're gonna just block a hit. We vent. Lose here. But you know that's why I enjoyed working in the hospital. Like, you know, the hospital is a really big property. Like, you know, you can walk your entire shift, you know, because by the time you finish the entire, like, the main building, that takes about 2.5 hours, and that's assuming that you're just not stopping to talk to anyone, you know. If you're stopping to check in with every nursing station, it's an easy 4-hour trip. At night, maybe not so much because there's not much going on. But, you know, it be what it be, right? Forever Flame. Fight. Apply Frostbite 6. Frostbite 6, Frostbite 6. You're there, you're there. Damage 3, apply Frostbite. You can go there. Frostbite, lethal. That there. But you know, it be what it be, right? It's a different nature job that I do now. So, you know, just because I'm bored and stressed out because I think I'm not achieving this, that, or the other thing, doesn't make it true, you know? I wouldn't even say bored, but like, you know, sometimes I just want to do something, you know? Whatever it be that I end up doing, you know? My mom just got a new job. She worked at the airport first, and now it's a freestanding building. And does she like the freestanding building better or the airport better? Stygian unit. Neither of them is great. Quick and can't gain 2 armor. We end turn. Drag. Drag. Draft. We end turn. Draft. Drag. Drag. We end turn. She likes the airport better because it's more busy, but this job's better because of the coworkers. I mean, that's fair. You know, everything's got pros and cons. Frostbite. 66. 2, 3. Draft. Brain Steward. We enter. She looked very excited to work again. I mean, has she not been working? I'll be honest. We don't talk about your mom a lot, you know. I feel like we talk more about your grandma than your mom. Quick. Cavern. Yeah, I think I'm good with that. She's been out a few months. Well, then it's good that she's excited to work, right? That there. Frostbite. 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 Block. Block. Burnout 1. Burnout 5. Block. Deal 6. Lethal. Frostbite 6. Just explode all of those. That's 7. What up, Jedi? My mom introduced me to PC and games. She taught me to fend for myself and to fix my stuff myself. Frostbite. 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 Lethal. Grabbing the first half of my shift, how's it going? We're doing okay. Grad is my complete opposite. It sparked my interest in fashion and healthcare and people in general. I mean, and it's good to have people that aren't the same as you around, you know? It's good to have a balanced outlook and all that, you know? Okay. So we're gonna duplicate that. Gold, heal, upgrade champion. We'll take an artifact. Friendly units get +5 attack is pretty good. Endless. Block for her anyways. Reform. We enter. What's for lunch? Yeah, what's for lunch, Ian? And how much of the stuff at your Walmart has been licked today? These are the important pressing questions that we all have for you. The most important questions, if you ask me. No haste. Lethal. Endless, so we back. Frostbite. Frostbite, frostbite. Okay, so everyone's happy. We end turn on that. Frostbite. We block. Lethal. Yeah, I'm glad they were both there. I'm such a softie compared to them, though. Why do you say that, Moon? Nothing. Nothing. Unit upgrade. Nothing. Multi-strike. We end turn. Gold, heal. We move on. You're there. We end turn. Frostbite. Okay, that there. That there. Frostbite, frostbite. I mean, are you saying that you're not an independent woman? Okay. It's a lot of damage we're gonna take there. $198. 172. 218. Well, that didn't really help us. I am, but not as fiery, very emotional. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, we lose here. That is a lot of damage that guy did, and I did not have a counter to it. What I was hoping for would have been a temple, so I could have combined those two sweep frostbite units into one. With the multi-strike, we would have applied 12 frostbite per turn, which would have been pretty strong. But that's not so much how it worked out, so. What can you do sometimes? Random Consume spell to my hand. Gain 2 attack on Slay. 10 cards on my first turn is pretty good. That's half my deck. Train Steward. Deal 5 damage to enemy units. Deal 2. Well, then, that didn't do any good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, Moon, you know? You don't need to be just like someone else, you know? You are your own person. I have literally no win condition here. We're advancing with 8 core health. I love that for us. Echo transfer. I think we just restart the run here. I can't imagine how we possibly win with what we have. Melting Demon. Artifact. Okay, when you summon an imp. All right. Remove Ember Drain. Burn out. Block Forum. 2 damage there. Nothing. 18. 27. That can go there. Five. Do 2 damage. Lethal. We end turn on that. 130, so that's 0. Burnout 3. Apply stealth. Apply rage. Lethal. Look at strategying and working out the way I would hope it would be. Also, me doing my Duolingo at 11:53 p.m. What's an attack burnout 2? Piercing damage is always strong and it applies twice, which means any spell power buff we put on it also is applied twice. Harvest for 5 is strong. What's up, Drongo? How's your day? How's work? This is probably our last run of the night. It is almost midnight. I am also doing my Duolingo. 6 minutes before the day ends. On orange, un croissant. Those were backwards. Vu. J. Two. Manger un orange. 2. Manger on croissant. Hooray! I completed my Duolingo 5 minutes before midnight. That's gross. But how is your afternoon going, Drongo? You are what? It's what? 6 p.m. there? Question mark. Me ever remembering the exact math of anything here is certainly something. I will certainly do my best to know the math, but boop. That and that. We end turn. Do 2 damage, so that's lethal. Boop, boop, boop. Resin removal. Apply rage and block for him. You can block there. Everyone dies. Yay, yeah, really good. I assume that's a yeah to it being 6 p.m. And really good to your evening being good. Drung, are you streaming tonight? I'm going to end after this run, and I'm unclear on who I'm actually going to raid into. Because most of my choices have been live for several hours, so I don't know how late everyone's staying up today. That being said, I could just pick someone at random and see what happens. Make it someone else's job to raid out. Drunk is usually not on for at least another hour or so. Well, Liquid, I... Also, A, welcome in, Liquid. How are you doing this evening? And B, would you like to go live and for your first stream ever, you can be rated by the one and only Jamesy? I can see no downside to this plan. Nothing bad would happen in any of these scenarios. You just tell me to shut my face at any point here. So you are going to skip to the last floor. Wow, that was very unhelpful to me. Okay, so 104. We're set to do 15. Love that for us. Apply stealth for 45. Apply rage. None of these is one space unit. That can just die. That can go away. Brethren removal. We'll apply rage and block. And that becomes lethal. And we'll apply more stealth because we can. Being lurking because low foot spoons valid. Kid was watching you play Monster Train. I didn't take a nap today. Catatonic has the last ever stream. What? Let me look at this. Last ever stream. I'm a little confused. Last ever stream, but it's also day 117 of her November subathon or whatever we're doing here. So I'm unclear on what Cat's doing here. That being said, Cat is also AFK right now. Because she is very much unconscious. She is East Coast. And won't be on for an hour. And yeah, and that's the problem with raiding the New Zealand people at this time of year, is that the 5-hour time gap. You know, you guys are all very much just starting when I very much need to be going to bed. You know. Yes, but you will be in like 4 days, Liquid. So, Cat won't be starting M won't be starting until like 2 a.m. my time. Right? So there's absolutely no value to me even subbing to M at that point, because I literally don't even hang out for an hour. It's literally, I just show up, do a redeem, and go to bed, you know? And like it feels bad, but there's no value in me subbing. You know, I get zero value from my $6 or whatever it is. None of these are really worth upgrading. Cavern, what do we got? The Bow Shaker makes his way through an abandoned train yard. The once bustling workshop is now eerily sad. I hate both these cards. Daedalus. Reform, you can just go there. Stealth, block, that. block, lethal, apply rage and block. 20, remove debuffs. Yeah, like I don't think anyone's going to be upset if I don't sub or anything, you know, like I'm not concerned about that. It's just like it sucks that, you know, when I gain the hour, when I lose the hour, you guys gain the hour, you know, the time gap gets worse, right? You know, for a portion of the year, you know, we're looking at 3 hours, which isn't so bad, but for the other half of the year, we're looking at 5 hours, which is not great, you know, and it makes me a little sad. But you know, it be what it be, and we don't really get a vote. We can pretend we get a vote, but it doesn't get us very far. And we could do that for fun, I guess. I don't know. Pretty struggling to catch you, and I'm home in the daytime. I mean, but that's the thing. You're what, currently 3 hours behind me, so I started like 5 p.m. your time. So like I start at dinner time, which is inconvenient, you know. So once again, I'm not gonna fault anyone because time zones suck, right? You know, it sucks when I don't hear from you guys. But this is what I was talking about with nobody earlier. Is when I don't hear from you guys, I'm really bad about just reaching out to make sure you guys are okay. You know, I see that you posted Drongo's Discord, June's Discord, whatever. Maybe you've even posted memes in my Discord. I know that you're alive, and that's about as far as I take it, you know? Like, I could be better at staying in touch when I don't hear from you guys. You know, and once again, it's no fault of anyone's. No one's mad at anyone for it, but, you know, it's definitely something I should work on and be better about. That's fine, that's fine. I'm just gonna explode that if I can. We're gonna apply rage here because we can. We're gonna just kind of put that there, that's lethal. Technically you started 4 hours ago, my time, so 4 p.m. Just so that I was getting everything done for the day before the sun went down. Yes, that is correct. I am still doing a 3-hour time difference. But yes, normally I would start at 5 your time during the quote-unquote my winter, before the spring equinox or whatever. Daylight savings time just annoys me. I am not playing an imp build. I am barely playing this game at this point. I am existing in this game. Lethal. Give me my 5 gold, please. Burnout 3, so you block. You give me stealth. We're gonna remove debuffs. Not that that did anything, because burnout isn't a debuff. Or should be a debuff. It would bring me great joy if burnout counts as a debuff. That being said, apply that. 129. Burnout 1, we're not even gonna bother. Apply stealth. We'll do 45. We'll do 102. 137. So we're gonna advance with 185. It's 8 p.m. now, so 4 after the. If we hit it, then it's 5. Yeah, exactly, right? The entire daylight savings time annoys me that people. Europe also does it after we do. So it's just North America that does it early. It makes absolutely no sense to me. I finished the hour-and-a-half check with Emmy, so I will be zooming on bed. Let me tuck you into bed. Nobody. Where's my mouse? Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for hanging out while you did your check-in. Be safe. Have good EPs. I will also be going to bed soon. Drongo, this is something that Death Troth and I were thinking of. Would you be interested? I assume that you have Monster Train. Would you be interested in, like, once a month, you know, we build some of the custom maps, as you can do, and post the code in Discord and compete for scores? There's no prizes, but, you know, it's just kind of neat to see what everyone's strategy on whatever random challenge each of us makes every month would be. And, like, Deathroth and I talked about it, but we don't know a lot of people that have Monster Train who can participate with us, you know? So it becomes less fun at that point. Stealth, 67. Lethal. We enter all that. Gringos is 3/4 of it behind me, so he just got home from work probably. Yeah, I think Ringo is 6 hours behind me, so it's like 6 p.m. there, is my understanding. I've been wrong about things in my life. And generally wrong about things in my life. Yeah, let's gain rage equal to armor, gain armor. Okay, I'm gonna take Apex Imp. I'm probably gonna live to regret my choice. But then we go for Hellhorn Banner. Okay, so we take Steelworker. This is kind of coming together the way I want it to. Then we're gonna take Steelworker, which has Resolve, apply 5 armor. We're gonna sacrifice that into Apex Imp. So Apex armor will gain 5 armor and 5 range every turn. That's the plan there. Merchant of Magic, you got nothing for me. No upgrade a spell to cost 1 less. Endless. Reroll. Hold over. I think Hornbreak holdover is strong. That's 30 damage directed every turn. 3 hours behind you, so on GMT minus 10. So 7.5, 30 is your time when you start. That sounds right, because I think he does movie time at 8:30 p.m. for him, but that's 10:30 for me. That's 2 hours ahead for you. So if I'm 6 hours behind me then. Yeah, the math is mathing. Yes, I do wish to remove train stewards at this point. Remove. Battle. You know, here's the thing, Lakewood. If we just got rid of daylight savings time and just use UTC, I'd be okay with that. You know, if you were always 4 hours behind me and Drongo was always 6 hours behind me, I could live with that. I can do that math. It's I know how many hours behind me you are, but it's hard for me to remember when daylight savings time is. Half-hour time zones. Don't even get me started in the freaking half-hour time zones. You want to listen to me just lose my mind about something? That would be it. I don't remember it either. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's just so confusing to me all the time. Okay, this is gonna be like the weirdest strategy I ever did have. It'll be a strategy. It won't be a great one. We do that. I could have done that backwards. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Not a singular problem, even though I did that backwards. More stealth. 26. Apply rage, 37. Stealth. So 37 puts us at 107, 77. So that does save me attack on the core, so we do that. And we drag for 46, 38. That didn't help us. This always sneaks up on me, then throws me right, like. Levy also mentioned that she also does not do well with daylight savings time. But you know, like we all out here doing our best, and that's all that matters, right? Lethal. I mean, why not? 25, nothing going on there. 338, 408, 408 still, so that didn't help. That there, remove debuff, 418. We'll take an extra 10 damage. And we end turn on that. Howdy, Kai. Government shows jet lag. That's what we're all saying. We're all in agreement. Love it when we can all agree on something. I'm a very disagreeable person. I got an opinion on everything. I do not. It took me like a week to be fine. It took me like 2 weeks, but like it's also the nature of my fluctuating sleep schedule, where I do 2 evening shifts, then 3 day shifts, and then I gotta like sleep in on Wednesday, so that I can stay up late on Wednesday night after stream to get no sleep on Thursday to do the long stream, so that I actually sleep for 8 hours into Friday. I know it sounds convoluted. I know I don't have to do the long stream on Thursday, but I do like the opportunity to catch the Europeans in the morning and the Australian, New Zealand people at night. So, you know, and we have talked about this. I might just start doing 2 streams, a morning stream and then an evening stream, and then take a break in the middle of the day, which is probably the better thing to do. I'm not fully adapted, but like not sleeping in every morning. I mean, that's the start, right? Imp in a box? Immersion of Steel. Quick. Perfect. Quick multi-strike. Scaling damage. That's all I need from that. We heal. We take the caverns. It's going to be something exceedingly pointless that I don't care about. A collection of glowing brands are scattered next to a granite crypt. Each brand bears the mark of one of the clans of Hell. Those of the Awoken, Stygian Guard, and Umbra seem the only ones to be hot of use. Of the choices, I would like Awoken. None of these is what I was hoping for. Restore unit to full health, but that's still not particularly high on my list. Government full jet lag. I've been up early for a while now. I don't know what's going on. It's still unlike me. What else would you call daylight savings? Theft. Theft is a tax on my time, and I don't even get interest when they give it back. I feel like that is a valid assessment of the situation at hand. Stealth. We end turn on that. Stealth. That there, that's fine. Drag is just to block damage. We end turn on that. Stealth. Stealth because we can. Okay, stealth. 46. Corda is 30, so that's fine. We'll throw up stealth there. Lethal there, which makes that lethal. We have nothing to restore health to. That sounds right. It's honestly the best set of words to describe the phenomenon. I mean, I don't know how else I would describe it, you know? Apply 20 armor. Apply rage. So we're gonna stealth. We'll apply rage. We'll apply rage. Everything's lethal. Everything's horrible. And we end turn. Lethal. 795. Apex Imp does 620. This isn't a bad setup though. If I can have more space on that floor that I put Apex Imp and my champion on, that'd be ideal. But you know, it's not bad. We'll just take up straight up apply 2 stealth. That's fine. Sacrifice him. That's fine. Hello, house cat. Meow. Tell house cat that I said. They don't know what it means. Card that I want to duplicate. Hornbreak duplicated. I think we take the unit upgrade. That makes him 5. And that makes him endless. We take the gold. We remove the remaining 2 train stewards because they're not accomplishing anything at this point. That puts us at 25 cards. Darkness. I'm thinking about 500. 500 what? What did I say? Is that a response to something I said? Lethal. Lethal. You block that hit for him. Apex Imp. 40. Drag blocks that hit. I don't have an imp to sacrifice. We will apply the burnout. Repeat question. I think 500. I might not care about more. Oh, okay. That was from Vampire Therapist. Andromachos and Sam were talking about how Andromachos has killed so many people, he's kind of jaded to it. And then it turns out he's killed millions of people, so valid. I probably would be a little jaded to it if I too had killed millions of people. Block Imp. I don't think either of those particularly helps me right now, so we just kind of take it. We would apply endless to him just in case something horrible happens. +1 to spells in hand, so we ain't doing much on that floor. We will block and apply rage to our guys, make that lethal. Piercing puts that at 100, so that's a total of 110. Four turns to lethal, which is good. 19, 48, 110 minus 48. That's just shy of 60. 57. That's under 60, so 2 turns to be lethal. Stealth. 34. We're gonna come up here and apply rage, and that dazed all of them every freaking time. Remove debuffs, no one's dazed. Okay, lethal. That applies stealth. And I don't have any. I screwed that up. It's fine. $29. Fire rage, lethal. No spells on that floor. Block, lethal. Sacrifice an imp. We block for stealth. I forgot to check that floor. Even as a vampire, I think I would still feel guilty. I could not be Lewis, though. I think I could be an angel level vampire feeding on pig's blood. Valid. Okay, so units will daze. Apply stealth when you expire. -9. Lethal. We end turn on that. Why not a cow? Well, question. Block 712. Block there. Apply stealth 2. That becomes 1100. So we're looking at 600 carrying over. Apex Imp is endless. So 561. 133. 531. I don't have an imp to sacrifice. 398. Okay, Apex Imp for 40. 186. So 180, 26. We lose here. Because they don't sell Callous Blooded Butchers. Valid. Could be what's easiest for him to get hold of. But he does drink bank donations as they fall off the truck. We're far enough where we can produce more blood from a sample. Are you talking about synthetic blood? You know what? Just chatting. All right. The question being, can we create synthetic blood? You know what? I'm here for it. I'm also looking at Wendy's burgers still, apparently. Can we create synthetic blood? While scientists haven't created a fully functional, viable synthetic blood product, they are making progress in generating synthetic components like red blood cells, platelets, and plasma, while the ultimate goal of creating a safe and effective blood substitute. Instead of trying to replace whole blood, researchers are focusing on creating individual blood components like red blood cells, platelets, and plasma. Significant strides in culturing red blood cells in the lab with a 2022 clinical trial in the UK, marking a milestone by transferring lab-grown red blood cells into human volunteers. While promising lab-grown blood is currently expensive, requires further research and development to ensure safety and effectiveness. Field deployable, shelf-stable whole blood equivalent for trauma patients. None has been approved for commercial use, but they are researching. Some researchers are focused on developing hemoglobin-based oxygen carriers as blood substitutes. In 2022, a woman in Japan was transfused with cultured platelets. Researchers in the UK are conducting phase 1 trials involving red blood cells. And University of Maryland School of Medicine is leading efforts to create freeze-dried, room temperature, storable artificial blood substitute. So likely yes. Fallout, would it be good enough for a vamp? Not that I know of. Synthetic organs and skin, yes, but not blood. Like, what exactly is the nutritional value of it to them? Would it be graded fast food nutritional value? I would say that yes, we could make artificial blood. Yes, Rain, it is time to raid out. I need to be very much unconscious. I have been up for 18 hours. It's not the iron, other side they could use iron supplements, correct. That being said, I am here for this conversation, so we'll have this conversation before the raid out. I would argue that yes, vampires could drink synthetic blood, seeing as the synthetic blood that we are testing currently in society is made up of all the components that are in a true blood cell. The issue with what happened with Dr. Drain in Vampire Therapist being he was only subsisting on artificial plasma. Yes, full cam. This is our just chatting scene where I have basically nothing on it. Let me tuck everyone that's here into bed. If it's morning for you, then too bad, you're being tucked back into bed and you're gonna like it. Thanks for lurking, bestie. I love you too. Kai, the raid message displays when I start the raid. It is all automated on my end. James, you said you're as bad at going to bed as me. Yes, Drongo, I am. Drongo, that is why I often raid into you, because I am up way too late. Does anyone really know what I mean? Ian, I'm pretty sure we established I have no idea because time zones. I mean, Drongo, if you're gonna stream tonight, I could just keep playing Monster Train until you stream, and I can raid into you. Will I continue to make sense? Absolutely not. I will become more and more unhinged, and if you guys thought I was unhinged to begin with, here we are. But yes, if they are creating synthetic whole blood, I know Dr. Kustrain is alive in like an hour. Yes, we established that I'd have to stay up for like an hour to raid into any of the Australia people before you came in, Kai. I think we're all bad at bedtimes. But I would say that based on the information given, whole blood that is replicated, a vampire would be able to subsist on. They are making platelets, blood cells, plasma. You know, they're making the whole shebang. You know, they're creating in parts, but this information here does say they are also creating synthetic whole blood. It's just not rated for commercial use, and it's not on an industrial scale. I'm in pain, so I'm going to be up, but streaming is kind of beyond fair, Kai. But like, also never forces to stream. Even if you had a stream day or something, if you're unwell, you can just be like, I don't feel like doing this, right? Like, you have a Discord to communicate with us. You can be like, I'm not streaming today, and we go, cool. But I'm sorry that you're in pain, guy. Oh, at least host chat will cuddle with you. Anyways, back to vampire therapist. Dr. Drain was subsisting on artificial plasma and only artificial plasma, which wasn't giving him everything he needed. He had repressed feelings, so that probably also played into it. But I would assume that if we can replicate all the components of blood, even if we're not replicating whole blood, if we mix them together in a centrifuge or an autoclave or whatever we're using for our science, a vampire would be able to subsist on it. I don't know what the shelf life of artificial blood would be. I assume it would be similar to the shelf life of real blood. Though I'd also question, do they replicate blood types? Or is all artificial blood universal donor blood? Because the issue here is to use it, or the goal here is to use it to cover those shortages in the blood supply, right? So it would make sense to me to replicate universal donor. I don't know if it's harder or easier or anything. Morning, Pierre. We are discussing artificial blood before we raid out. We could be here for the next 4 hours for all I know at this point. I'm going to eat an Oreo. I think O positive is universal blood. Universal blood. This is where we go down rabbit hole, guys. Is O a universal donor or O positive? Hey, Red Cross, I got questions. O is universal donor. That is also correct, Liquid. All right, I'm waiting, Moon. What do you got? Red Cross says that O negative is universal. Only 7% of the population is O negative. That takes pure blood to a whole nother level. Anyways, here's an article about it if anyone is interested. They also would like us to donate our blood, which is something I keep saying that I need to do, and I just never actually do. But here's an article about it, and you can click through the things if you so desire. You can't donate, but it's interesting to just click through and read, and it's not a long article in any case. But I would donate if I could, but they don't want to touch me. I can't even do my blood test. I'm not donating. Valid, guy. I spoke too much to donate. Well, Moon, that's unfortunate. But I would assume that if we're creating artificial blood in a lab, we're going to be creating O negative. It just makes sense to create universal recipient blood if we're going to go through the effort of making artificial blood. So you gotta get fast over. That's valid, right? I donate blood. I'm O positive. I can't donate without leaving my home. Here, I would recommend leaving your home at some point in your day, but you do you, boo-boo. Anemia, tiny veins that run away, and all the reasons that valid, though. Like, if you have anemia and it's hard to find the veins and stuff, like, it's, you know, it's one of them things. But, like, I really should donate blood. I'm a reasonably healthy adult male, you know, and I have plenty of blood to spare. And I'm sure I get a cookie and orange juice when I'm done or something. You know, I get a little snicky snack. They get blood. You know, it's an equivalent exchange, right? You know, are they transmuting my blood into my orange juice and cookie? I hope not. But you know, they can do them. Well, I want to play Pokemon Go again, so that makes me leave. Yes, and while you're out wandering around, you could be sitting in that chair getting your blood transfused and you know, spinning your Pokestop. That's gross. My brother has donated 60 times. I donated one time because I'm scared of needles. No, you're not. You have a badass tattoo. You get a free test. That is correct. When you give blood, they will tell you your blood type, which is also a good reason to do it if you don't know your blood type. All right, who's on? I think that ends my soliloquy on blood and such and things. Pear is very much unconscious. We could go play Pokemon. Linda has been on for 3.5 hours. Geeksy is drawing something. Thor is playing Counter-Strike. Anyone else playing Monster Train? Salamander's playing Monster Train. Dead by Daylight, Conan, Cyberpunk, Geometry Dash, Baldur's Gate, Super Mario World, Tomb Raider, Tarot Readings. Overwatch, Repo. I think Repo's too loud. You know, of all the things, Repo might be too loud. Elite, Little Kitty Big City. Vintage Story, Art, a little to the left. I can't even read what you guys are saying. Give me a second. If I was a clever man, I would have had a copy of chat on the other screen. While I was scrolling through the thing. James Eng is playing Monster Train. Dubby is just vibing over there. I go hello wall whenever I get a blood test also valid. Yeah, but I don't have to look at that, and I was scared of it. The deficiencies are why they will often reject CLA havers. In order to diet managed and blood work is normal for some anemias. I think it's because they don't want to keep gluten-free cookies on hand. I mean, it very well could be. It is a cute wombat. And is a cute wombat a badass? I mean, it's a badass, dude. Don't worry about it. Dove's dancing. I'm scared of the blood being outside of my body. It's weird to see it switch around in the packet beside you. James, I can play Monster Train. I hate the mental image of the needle in my vein. I think is fear. Here, if they took a donation from me, I get woozy on third test file. Welcome back from Agile. Understandable. I am glad I don't have a needle problem. I can watch the whole thing and chat with her. For honest, I take it every 6 weeks. I think I fainted back in October. It hurts whenever I do blood tests because it hurts when they take my blood. I mean, you got to do your blood test if you want to, you know, do the things though, right? That's part of your medical whatever. None of these jump out at me. Oh, it never hurts me. And they go through the knuckle with a butterfly. All right, we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Who is playing the Stardew Valley? Stardew Valley. Well, that is not English. That's Japanese. Filter by tag English. I mean, y'all speak more languages than I do. It doesn't need to be necessarily be an English stream. Blood tests only hurt if the one who takes it messes up. Knuckles are my best veins. Smoke the Dragon has been streaming for 5 hours already. I don't even know who that is, Moon. It doesn't hurt if they get a vein in the pit of my elbow, but there's a lot of nurses who have no talent with it, and they'll go for the one visible to my forearm, and those burn. The nurse for my blood test and tattoo artist were both wonderful. It always helps when you tell them you're scared of needles, so usually try their best for you. It hurts when they take blood, and I also feel the vaccines go in when I get them. Yeah, I think Thor might be our best bet, unless I'm going to go find someone that's playing Stardew Valley. I made the tech chuckle when I did my whole hello. Wait, what do you think? Bit. I think people can feel the sensations. I feel the injections. I just feel vaccines, and if they don't do them in the right spot, my whole arm source. I mean, I think that everyone that's here is awake this time, Moon, so that might not be so bad. My bigger concern is generally people waking up to gunfire and loud noises, and Thor is a fairly loud streamer. That's why I usually try and find something like Stardew. Whereas, if we were ending early on, at an hour, 2 hours ago, I have less of concern of it. But like, people are very much unconscious at this point, so. That being said, Moon, Rain, Kai, Lev, Liquid, Pierre, Rongo. Even if June's around, that's still another New Zealand. I assume that Raindrop has gone to bed if she said bye. Dubby is awake. Dubby was dancing in chat at some point. I'm going to say that we're good to raid Thor today. I think that'll be okay if most of us are awake. Thor? Loud? What? I have a few, but I hadn't had to type them out yourself. T-Pain is online. Yes, let's raid T-Pain. I mean, I could just raid someone into like Alien Isolation and they can wake into that. That'll be great for everyone involved in that project. I'm sure no one will ever hate me. Hey James, I fell asleep to your stream and woke up to like someone screaming, "Oh God!" The alien scuttling around the vents, just screaming, gunfire, creepy android saying that I wasn't supposed to be here. Yes, like 100%, 10 out of 10. That is absolutely the move here. Candy Hearts has been on for 8 hours, but it is an art stream. Gemma does not use a microphone and she's playing Geometry Dash. You had nightmares about garlic bread. I mean, valid. My dreams are so weird, James. Are you dreaming about me? You know what? You know what? I'm gonna be real lazy about this. We're gonna raid in a pair. We're gonna go play Twitch Plays Pokemon. We're standing around in a Poke Center apparently, and I'm lazy and I don't want to expend any more brain power on this. If you keep waffling for 10 minutes, Sam will be on. No, I am going to bed. I got so freaked out when trying to pick a raid person that I just send you guys off as soon as possible rather than think about what kind of vibes I send it off to. It's pretty attentive that you think about it. I mean, I try to be a good person. I don't know what M's even doing today. Where is M's Discord? Also, I have so many Discords. What is M even doing today? Schedule. Stardew Valley. Okay, that wouldn't be so bad. It's because all my raid choices right now are all fairly loud people or people that are going to be ending soon, and I don't know where they're going to raid you out to. You know, Thor's even been on for like 8 hours. Yeah, I think that we just kind of vibe for 10 minutes and raid M. I think that's the move. So, enjoy just chatting for as long as we're gonna sit here. What do you guys want to talk about? What is on your minds? What pressing things do you guys want my thoughts on? That could be a fun game, right? You guys decide what I'm gonna sit here and yammer about. Because I sure don't know ever. All I got is lamp. I've seen Thor do shorter streams too. I'm very unclear on what Thor's plan is. What is the best pasta shape and why is it dinosaurs? I've never seen dinosaur shaped pasta. No, I guess I have in like the cans of whatever it is. I've never been able to buy dinosaur shaped pasta at the store, I think would be a fair assessment. I have lots of gluten-free dino pasta in the cupboard. Well, Kiwi stores have zoo-shaped animal. No, I can get animal-shaped pasta. I can't get dinosaur-shaped pasta. That's the issue here. Honestly, staying up till 1 isn't even that bad for me. I used to stream till like 1:30. I'm just really feeling it these days, and it might just be daylight savings time is still like fighting me, you know. But we don't have Dino Nuggies. Like, wait, I don't even have Dino Nuggies. I want Dino Nuggies, but nowhere in my town ever has them when I go to the store. It's a very strange problem to have, and I don't have an answer. That being said, Moon does make a point. You guys could all download Shop Titans on Steam and or your mobile devices and come play with us. Rain, Moon, and I are playing the Shop Titans together. We are doing reasonably well, and we would love to have you. But the US has Dino Nuggies, gluten-free ones even, not in the UK. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Rain. Can I ship stuff from Amazon.com to the UK? Or do I have to use Amazon.uk? Like, is that a thing? I honestly don't know anything about anything at this point. I just kind of work here. If you call what I do work, I just kind of exist over here and yammer at you guys. And for whatever reason, y'all keep showing up. It's an interesting life choice, and I appreciate you guys coming to hang out with me. They're frozen. They're frozen in meat, so no, you cannot. You gotta use UK. I ship something from Amazon UK to the States because food is super regulated. Well, meats. It would be illegal to send them over the border. I can certainly try, and we'll see what happens. Craft another 1.9 million axes. All right, that's why I was crafting random axes for literally no helpful reason. It was helpful to me at the time. It was not so helpful to the current event. Candy and dry food cookies they don't care about, but the UK is super crazy over meat. Fair. Liquid. The cookies that you were asking for, do you want me to order some and put them in the care package, or are you not that dead set on them? Because I'm happy to do it. I just need to know the exact name of them because my grocery store didn't carry them, and June sent me a picture. So I want to say I found it on Amazon, but I don't actually remember. My brain is soup. Brains are soup. That's highly processed, like macaroni and cheese is in a box is okay. Raw meat is absolutely a no. What is the goat name supposed to be pronounced like? You want me to actually know things? Scuridae. It is the family from which squirrels are from. Because squirrel is a specific genus, and then like chipmunks are a subgenus of squirrels. If that makes any sense to you. And most nuggies are par cooked, so not fully cooked nor fully raw, but not healthy to eat without further. I mean, to be fair, chicken nuggets aren't particularly healthy for you to eat to begin with. What can I do for you, Moon? You got distracted? Well, I don't know what to tell you about that, Moon. Have you considered not being distracted? That being said, the answer was Scuridae, which is the familia that that squirrels are from, with chipmunks being a subspecies of squirrels. So it is a technical name. So far these things go. If that answers your question, great. If it creates more questions, I can further clarify if you so need. They take pills for that. All right. Okay. So, for example, I have nuggies in the freezer. They aren't dino shaped. They are just best gluten-free ones. They're even better than dino ones we had in the U.S. But I realize it's heavily subjective based on whether you like breaded or battered. Valid. So for example, Moon, all lions are cats. A valid statement, a factual statement. All lions are cats, right? But not all cats are lions. It doesn't go both ways. So all chipmunks are squirrels, but squirrels are not chipmunks specifically. You know, a squirrel could be a red squirrel, gray squirrel, black squirrel, a regular squirrel, flying squirrel, a chipmunk, a timeass, any of the things that you do when exclamation point lurk are types of squirrels. So they're all of the same genus, even if they're not the same familia. Or I might have the order, genus, familia, no, order, kingdom, genus, familia. I don't even remember off the top of my head. I'm not an animal person so far. These things go order, Genus. Familia. Domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, familia, genus, species. Kings play chess on the fat green stools. Kingdom, philia, class, order, family, genus, species. Rain knew. I sure didn't. But yeah, that's absolutely it. It's that's actually a good one. So the family would be like squirrel. No, the family would be Scuridae. The genus would be squirrel, and then the species would be Timex, chipmunk, squirrel, etc. You know. Welcome in, raiders. We are actually going to be raiding out in a couple minutes here. But welcome in, Geeksy. I should have turned raids off, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh, and we got candy. Oh no, another raid. Well, welcome in, raiders. If anyone needs to raid and run, please do so. Make sure you eat, sleep, hydrate, stretch, get some fresh air, howl at the moon. Tell someone you love them. Bake a cake. Read a book. Do your self-care, please. We are ending. Yeah, I normally end like an hour ago. But we were talking about synthetic blood, and now we're talking about dino nuggets, and then we're talking about the genus Scuridae, the family Scuridae, and then the genus would be squirrel, and then the species would be, you know, red squirrel, black squirrel, gray squirrel, Timex, chipmunk. So we're doing things here. We're waiting to raid into someone. They normally start in like a minute. Dino Nugget sounds so good. I've never had them. We have a Dino Nugget emote over here, Geeksy. It might be... It should be James Zhang Nugs. Heavy, you're about to be demodded. What did Heavy do? Yeah, we have a Dino Nugget emote. Yes, and Moon is howling at the moon and shaking squirrel butts. But yes, if anyone needs to raid and run, don't feel bad. We're going to be raiding into a Stardew Valley stream. I like raiding into Stardew Valley and Coral Island. It's safe. If people wake up because they fell asleep listening to the stream or watching the stream, it's not super loud. There's nothing super strange. You know, I think it's safe and best for everyone, you know? So it's what I like doing. Amazon. So thanks for the raid, guys. I'm gonna raid us over to Emodweeb, and I'm going to bed.
Unbelievable chipmunk, wandering along, was struck down by a fierce wind scarlet the song, where from thee the outflow, a little woodland creature hidden among trees, his sparkling eyes are glitter. After the chipmunk, the eagle